All right, let's play a little Metroid just for fun. Let's go ahead and scooch this over here so I can read it. The Sandwich Matrix of Leadership. All right. Valerian asks, how do I feel about the rollback of the ability of local, county, and state governments in the U.S. to respond to pandemics and other emergencies by instituting quarantines, masks, cleanliness rules, etc. in the wake of COVID? So I think that's not the dumbest thing they've ever done, but it's definitely pretty dumb. I've actually wondered about that for a while, because I've never heard anybody who is anti, cleaning hands or mask give a reason why, other than I don't wanna. I don't want to sound derogatory. I'm speaking very literally. I've never heard someone give an argument other than I don't wanna. I've never even heard that one, Gum, although I believe you. Yeah, I don't want to wash my hands. Like, I still wear a mask out and about. Not because of COVID, but because it's just kind of polite. I mean, God's sakes, I live with small children. I am living with the disease factory, you know? That's not a complicated topic to understand why I would do that. Right? Okay, we're maxed out on energy. Whoops. Now we're not. Yeah, exactly, Blacheville. Japan has just kind of been wearing masks forever as just like normal operating policy. I'm with that, honestly. Now, granted, again, I have immune system issues and I'm sick regularly. So, naturally, I'm kind of invested in wearing a mask regularly to make sure that I don't spread whatever I've got. But, like... No, I know. Like I have gotten people looking at me and giving me very strange looks for wearing a mask. It's a whole thing. Frisco says, when is Gaben going to finally release Half-Life 3? Half-Life 3 has come out twice. Wish me luck. Ostensibly the hardest boss in the game. I always think Dragon's a little bit harder, personally. But in terms of sheer stats, most health, most damage, so we all know what that means. I can't wait to review this game someday. Like, for real. It's gonna be so hard to not, like, do speedrunner routes and tricks. I don't even remember the normal route to this game anymore. Sub-Zero says, I once said that the misinformation age started after an event 9 years ago, and it was not Gamergate. You didn't elaborate because of Polemic. Oh god, what was that event? When would that be? When would that be? When did the misinformation age really get going? I mean, I could just... I've actually put real thought into just skipping the primes, Ross. Play the rest of the Metroids, you know? I'm still tempted to. The primes are their own vehicle, right? So, it doesn't really affect the rest. Okay, now we switch. Did you notice he speeds up as he gets lower in health? There we go. Oh, I love the Oneron play. It's like, honestly, unironically, one of my favorite zones of the game. Hang on. I want to appreciate the moment. This is getting a moment positive when we get there, right here. This is such a great moment. God, I love Metroid so much. I don't remember Sub-Zero. I do apologize. I don't actually remember what the specific inciting incident was. I know that the misinformation age has certainly been kind of getting worse, to be totally honest. Just inch by inch. As misinformation is getting worse and worse, and people are starting to now use AI bots in order to spread misinformation. Like, that's not a hypothetical. That's not a fear-mongering. That's already happened as of this moment in time. Hold up. Get off of there. Stupid reply. But anyways. Or even like a civil war with the Galactic Federation. Like, maybe make like a faction of the Galfeds who are with Samus and a faction who aren't. That sounds cool to me. I can't be the only one. Anyways. I guess we could just go beat the game now. We'll have to decide if we save the animals or not. We're past all the hard stuff at this point, which means I'm going to die on the way out. But Ridley's usually my last death point in a run. If I beat Ridley, I've pretty much beaten the game. I suppose the easy answer is Fox News, ha ha ha. Not that CNN tends to be any better. But, I admit I tend to go after Fox because I have a personal vendetta with Fox. They have actually misreported on me, the individual talking to you right now. So, I tend to get a little bit vitriolic when it comes to Fox. Come on. Yeah, no, that's not actually a joke. That's really happened. That was in front of. Alright, I honestly don't remember. I apologize, Sub-Zero. I don't remember what the thing was. The burger didn't show up. The smoothie showed up, so that's cool. I have reviewed this game before the Oblivion line, Warp Core. Well before the Oblivion line. Like, our system was completely different back then. Yep, just a smoothie. It's okay. It's a good smoothie. But, yeah, I was not happy about that. I have no idea why. No information, no nothing. Just, here's your order. And I'm like, but you're missing a piece. Where the hell is it? So, shrug, I suppose. I did get a full refund, yes. Which is good. Good things about the United States. Burgers. Alright, oh, that's true. I forgot to list Mars. No wonder it didn't get there. Hang on. So, Latario said, if someone got powers in real life and proclaimed themselves to be God, what powers and attributes would they need to have for me to think their claim is legit? No such thing, to be totally honest. No power that an entity could present in such a manner would be capable of convincing me. If Superman showed up and was like, I am your God, I'd be like, yeah, sure thing, buddy. And he'd be like, no, really, look how super strong I am. And then I would defeat him in a basic logic question. And then he'd turn me into a pretzel. But I would have made my point. It would be very satisfying. Oh, I don't know. I'd have to put some thought into it. Alright, next question. Do I think aliens have ever visited our planet? I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that. Since, you know... Look, if you know, you know, you know. Nope, I want to go this way, don't I? Yep. Do I think the British monarchy... Judo Jerkus, should the British monarchy be ended? No. Now, hang on. In the current state of affairs, with things as they are right now, I don't think the British monarchy should be ended. I think that it is a net positive on the economics of the United Kingdom. Yeah, they actually are useful legitimately in several ways. They don't really have a lot of power, but they do serve purpose. And they do have... they are literally a tourist attraction. And they do demonstrably increase perception, which is very important, especially economically. And if you don't understand why, all I have to say is trade deals. So no, I don't think there's any real benefit to ending the British monarchy. Ganas says, what games have entered your personal favorites or just stood out as modern classics for you that you have played since starting stream reviews? Oh, a lot. Hang on. I'm going to actually pause for a second here. It is, Lunarith. You're absolutely right. Economics is a lot more soft than, honestly, it probably should be. For something that is a hard value. And I could say something is worth $15.38, but that doesn't really mean anything because of how that works. Anyways, so hang on. So let me look at the review list. I'm just going to count from the Oblivion line onwards. Hey, Ganas. So games that I never played, but I played for the stream that have entered personal favorites. So this is actually before the Oblivion line, but RE2R, Resident Evil 2 Remake. I actually really liked that game. Outer Worlds was actually pretty legit. Halo Reach was awesome. I never would have played it if not for the show. That was fantastic. You gotta skip forward a little bit here. We're in the Mega Man stuff. Hang on. I'm going down the list. Ghost Trick. I actually really like Ghost Trick. A Hat in Time. That was awesome. Surviving Mars. Honestly, the Modern Warfare 1 remake. I know that's a weird pick, but I was kind of, like, walking away from that. I didn't realize it was a legitimately reimagining of Modern Warfare, and I actually liked it quite a lot, so... Modern Warfare remake. Plague Tale Innocence. Return of the Obra Dinn. Cyber Shadow. Psychonauts 2. This is a big list. I liked Mortal Kombat 11 a lot more than I thought I would. I'm going to add that to the list. Code Vein was surprisingly good. I was going to play Grounded outside of the show, but I'm still going to add Grounded to that list as well, I think. Cadence of Hyrule. I suppose I should add A Short Hike and Firewatch, even though those are debatable. Ori 2, Ori and the Ori and the Will of the Wisp. Loved Ori and the Will of the Wisp. 258 on the golden number. Need I say more? Just knocked it out of the park. Yes, that's the one, Type 3B. Skeletons. Spiders are a regular enemy in that game. And I think... Oh, nope. Ace Combat 0. I'm going to add that to the list as well. I think we're caught up. I think that's everything. No, yeah, I was not expecting to enjoy Firewatch. I believe you, Crazy Horse. Okay, so that was that question. And I gotta actually delete the list here. Roman Cure says, any thoughts on the Sniper Wolf situation? Not aware of it. Not aware of it, I'm afraid. So, I suppose no, simply by virtue of not knowing what you're talking about. Not02 asks, do I believe in the Great Filter Theory? That's a twofold answer before I keep going forwards. Do I think the theory is a valid and sound theory? Absolutely. Do I think aliens exist in a manner that matters? No. And I mean that. I actually have put a lot of thought into this, as you might imagine, because I'm kind of into science fiction. I know it's shocking. A man who spent 13 years of his life studying all of Star Trek and then making a career out of it. But, yeah, I do, whoops. I don't think aliens actually exist. At least not in any way that matters, which is how I always like to phrase that. So for those of you not familiar, I suppose I should explain this. The idea is that the Great Filter is a multi-stage process by which every sentient race has to go through certain filters, metaphorical filters, in order to progress to the point where they actually get to being at the space age, right? So, if a specific race, for example, learns nuclear power, but then annihilates themselves, they have failed at that filter. If a space gains access to their immediate interstellar space, like orbital stuff, and then they end up dropping tungsten rods on themselves, they failed, and so forth and so on. You get it. So that's the idea of the Great Filter. So that's why I had to preface that. So, do I like the idea of the Great Filter, or do I think the Great Filter is a correct or a valid theory? Yes, absolutely. I think that we ourselves, as a species, are currently being tested by that Great Filter, as we have been for a decent chunk of our history, if not all of it. Having said that, though, the second part of the question was, at which state of humanity right now, according to my opinion? I would say we are currently at the... we are very likely to remove our ability to get to the space age. This is going to sound strange, and I don't really have a way to explain this, so maybe someone smarter can jump on this. But I don't think we're at the point where we can actually annihilate ourselves as a species. There's too many of us, too spread out, with way too much survival instinct, and way too much of a variety in who we are and where we are and what we are. I'm going the wrong way. In order for us to be wiped out as a species. Yeah, there's a few billion of us, and we're all over the place. Nukes aren't that bad, despite what Fallout will tell you. Yeah, even in MAD, people will survive that incident, right? Having said that, in order to get to the space age, we need a certain level of infrastructure, development, and most importantly of all, resources. I think it is within the realm of possibility that we might be able to destroy enough of the real estate of this planet that we will never be able to get past being ground-bound, essentially. Does that make sense? There's actually a real term for this. It's not infrastructure. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, exactly, Crazy Norse. There's a term for that. What's Factorio? What type of game is Factorio? Because it's not a builder. It's I can't think of the word. This is going to bother me. Give me a second. Logistics. Thank you, ISE. Jesus Christ. There's a concept of logistics where you reach a point, and there's a lot of ways this can happen. This can happen at a household level, this can happen at a personal level, this can happen at a company level, this can happen at a national level or a species level. There's a concept where what you need to go forward outpaces what you can produce where you're at. You need more than you have in order to get the more you need that you don't have. Put very, very simply. And it is possible, indeed, I would honestly say likely, that that is something that we're in much more threat of. That reaching out into space in any meaningful manner is just going to be off the ball, or off the board. That's true, Crazy Norse. That's valid. Well, it's actually an extraordinarily complex topic. When you really boil down to it, it's actually fascinating and horrifying to think about, because it is a situation that effectively, we can societally and species level build ourselves into a corner. That is a very real possibility, a very real threat. That's kind of what I mean when I say the Great Filter. We probably won't wipe out ourselves as a species, but we might reach the point where we're stun locked, where we have soft locked our species progression. Do I think mining asteroids is viable? mining asteroids is easy. Getting to the asteroid, a little trickier. Getting the stuff from the asteroid to us, much harder. Damn it, I actually had it. I had it. I'm gonna try it one more time. Damn it, I had perfect timing on it and I didn't mean to. Ugh. Did you know Metroids freak my niece out, like, a lot? We've been playing Metroid Prime 1, and every time a Metroid shows up, she, like, jump scares at it. It's just been great. It's been really adding to my enjoyment of Metroid Prime. Because the Metroid areas, and there's not that many of them, if you remember, in Metroid Prime 1. So the Metroid areas have been extra atmospheric as a result of that. Okay. I mean, they're Metroids. They're terrifying in universe. Okay. Let's just ignore this thing. Judo Joker asks, are there any works of fiction in the last 30 years that I believe actively have harmed society? Actually, yeah. I set aside about an hour and a half to 2 hours every evening to hang out with my niece. Works of fiction that have actively harmed society in the past 30 years. See, the knee-jerk answer there is, of course, but I'm actually struggling to come up with an example. So I'm checking myself on that. Law and Order. Actually, CSI is not a bad example of that. No, I'm 100% serious. That's not actually a joke or a meme. Because it is a really unfortunately common thing that a lot of people now think they understand how criminal justice systems work because of CSI. And that has made the job of the actual criminal justice system a lot harder as a result of that. To be clear, that's not hyperbole. That's fact. That is not coming from me. That is coming from people who are a part of that system and work in that environment. So that's cool. I mean, one of the most common things that a court reporter once told me was that she can't tell me how many times she's heard someone say, oh no, I know it's such and such, and when asked why, they said, well, because I saw it that way on CSI, or something similar. Yeah, Law and Order is another one, Cops is another one. You get the idea, the police procedural category of shows. The problem is, those shows are fine in their own right, as long as you acknowledge that it's frickin' fiction. And that's not how that works. Therein lies the problem. Experiment asks a question. I hope they're there to hear the answer to it. They say, how do I do time management? Do I use a calendar and a schedule and a to-do list? Yes to all of the above, although I don't... So, my brain is stupid and dumb and worthless and terrible. So I don't actually write most of this stuff down, because I generally don't need to. I know pretty much what my schedule is, where and when and how at any given point in time. I know what I'm doing today, I know what I'm doing tomorrow, and I know what I'm doing for the next about 3 months of my life at this point. Okay. Wish me luck. Nope, nope, okay. Take two. Give me a sec. And yes, a similar issue happened with medical shows. There was an older medical show, which I don't even remember the name of right now. ER. That was it. I like how you knew it immediately. ER. This is an easier trick to do if we don't have that. So let's go ahead and reset the room. Yeah, ER, my mother was still a pharmacist. My aunt was still a nurse when ER was coming out. And they could tell you some stories. There we go. Boom! I like how I did that the first time after I turned off Space Jump. Did you catch that? Scrubs is actually weirdly accurate. Scrubs is just... I don't have a better word for that. It is weirdly accurate to how things actually are. So no, Scrubs is fine. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering why I do that, it's because I literally don't have enough missiles to beat the game otherwise. So I actually have to sequence break there. Otherwise, I can't beat the game. Be a little cautious, because it's actually still possible to lose the game. It's difficult, but it is possible. And having too low of health is going to be the biggest way that's going to happen. Phase 2. Ooh, West Wing. Yeah, I actually agree with you on that one. Bingo, Savicom, you get it. Hey, Surf. I hope your vacation went well. Okay, so this is extremely tense. If I screw this up at all, it's actually going to cause me serious issues. So I'm going to be a little on the cautious side here. So Elizar asks, do you hate Big Bang Theory like everyone else? If so, can you be the enlightened and tell me why everyone hates it? So, I can actually explain why I hate Big Bang Theory really easily, actually. I want you to imagine that someone shows up right now, and is like, you know what I like? Something you like. Let's call it golf. And they make a golf TV show. And this golf TV show, come on. We should be good now. We should be good. Oh, hey, Elizar. I'm answering your question right now. Ugh, in the face! Okay. Okay, we're good. We did it. We essentially just beat the game. That was actually closer than I thought it would be. So Elizar asks, why do I hate the Big Bang Theory? So I want you to imagine that you like golf. And someone decides to make a golf show. And it's about... Oh, yeah, should we kill or spare the animals? Real quick. And this golf show is all about people who are dicks. Like, they're all, like, serial murderers. And they portray the show as if that's normal. And then this show gets extremely popular. And lots of people run around thinking, oh my god, I had no idea golf people who play golf run around and just murder people left and right. Did you know? Did you know that golf players are murderers? And it just kind of starts seeping out into culture. And then you have people who don't know how golf people are like, and they're like, oh my god. I had no idea. Like, they look at you and you play golf and they're like, did you murder people? Have you killed anyone? And it's worth noting that this isn't just the geek thing, although that's the worst part. But also the way they portray Sheldon is... F. Another moment positive. Is, not great. You ever wonder why we call it the hyperbeam moment? Save or kill. So, Lothario says, what if I found out my best friend was genuine racist? I mean, first of all, I would roll to disbelieve. The odds of that person actually being racist are so minuscule that I can't even calculate them off the top of my head. Yeah, you know, I love how this game holds up. Can I just say that really quick? I know that there's a little bit of Seinfeld isn't funny effect going on with this game, but can I just say that Super Metroid is still a really, really good game, 29 years later? is it. Am I gonna whiff? Am I gonna whiff? Nope. Booyaka. I agree. I honestly think this game is a game that's going to score well enough to hold up with games that came out this year. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it beats Baldur's Gate 3. Anyways, so. For pretty much the inverse reason. Oh, right. Save the animals. Gotta save the animals. Be free! But let's say in some magical land, someone shows up and snaps their fingers and turns my best friend into a racist. So I'm a pretty big believer in the rule of threes in a lot of ways. So approach, you know, confront, discuss. You know, let's actually figure out exactly what's going on with this racism. Oh, by the way, time. And if it really is genuine, and if I can't change their mind, and if they're not willing to think about it or change their opinion, because racism isn't like something that's locked in, right? It's something that can change over time. But if they're unwilling to change, then they're unwilling to be my friend anymore. The end. Yeah, no, I sat there idle too long. This is going to be a terrible time. Ready for it? Ready for the animals? Wait for it. Wait for it. And there they go. If they're willing to change but still want to be my friend, 2 hours, Jesus. Then they must die. Stab. Not0 says, if I had the resources and skill, what world problem would I solve first? Ooh, that's a tough one. I haven't reviewed this game, Colin Peluso. No. There's 3. Soil, water, air. Of these 3, I feel like I would lean towards water the most, because I feel like water would help the soil issue, and honestly, might help the air issue, and will probably also help the general environmental shift issue as well. But it would be one of those 3, and the next one would be probably soil, and the next one would probably be air. If I had Q powers, that's my top 3. Boom, boom, boom. Get that stuff fixed. Existential stuff first, right? Yeah. Item number 4, I've talked about it a lot today, energy. Getting energy production is big up there. Okay. Delete all these. Lotario asks, what's my opinion on the ride or die mindset some people have towards friendship? Even if there's a friend killed a dozen people, it doesn't affect their friendship. That's stupid. It reminds me of, it's a very tribalistic mentality. It reminds me of people who are like, this is, that's true, Crazers. This is, you don't understand, this is like my family, it's my brother, it's my father, it's my son. It's way too many subs from Mortal. You don't understand. We have to be loyal to them. Even, and I've talked so much against that in fiction because I hate that crap. So, yeah, no, I am very against that idea. Friscoborn says, what if my friend turned out to be racist? But I found out they love racing. It was just racing. They like racing. Oh, man. Okay, first thing I'd do is I'd buy them a really nice dinner. And I'd be like, look, I'm sorry. I assumed you were a horrible person, and instead you just like racing. Yeah, they're a racingist. Of course. Hold on. Dear Force! Okay, we're good. Nobody cares. Nobody gets it. Oh, wow, we got the bikini. That was a terrible run, too. 1994. What, like I said, is it 29 years, I think, at this point? A damned good game. Excuse my language. I know, Venters. You know the worst part? I was already, well, I didn't play Super Metroid when it came out. I'm going to be honest about that. I didn't have a lot of money at that particular point in my life, and so I had to be really specific about which games I got. Just give you that proviso so you understand that when I say this, I mean this sincerely. I didn't play this game until I was in high school. 43%. That's actually high. Oh my god, what's 25 times 2.5? I suddenly can't do that in my head for some stupid reason. GDQ got it from the speedrunning community. I don't know where they got it from. 63. We'll call it 63. Mortal, thank you very, 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 very much for your support. I apologize for sucking and for being terrible. But thank you. Thank you for your support. If you know what you'd like to put that towards, please let me know. Remember, up to 3 things. Has there been a good year for the world? Yeah, a lot, actually. When was penicillin invented? When was the printing press invented? Like 13, bio. When did the internet suddenly become available on a regular basis? Appreciate you, Mortal. I've got that down for Mafia, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and Deadly Premonitions. Thank you. And when did the bubonic plague? No, I'm joking. Real quick, let me get through this page and then we'll play another game. Roman Cure says teachers are getting ridiculously small salaries compared to the importance of the work. Do I think this will heavily impact our future? Yes. Do I think that this has already had an impact on our past? Yes. I've actually talked about this topic at length. A lot of people here in the States, I don't know about other countries, here in the States, a lot of people, a lot of counties, specific counties, this is a county-specific problem, will lean on volunteer work and people who are passionate in order to cover up for the lack of funding. And as I've said before, some specific counties, a lot of schools in some specific counties will get funding specifically from the teachers, or sorry, the parents of the kids in question. So, rich district, better off schools, right? Indoor plumbing, that's another big one. What was the year when they overhauled New York City? There's a big one. My own sister, and I can attest to this, my sister and I have gone shopping for school supplies for her schoolroom. And she's not in a bad school. And we've still had to go and buy stuff. I had to buy stuff for her school. Thank you, Von Falkenstein. I do appreciate you. And you only put that towards one thing. Do you want to put it towards, like, say, Thea and, I don't know, one of the other ones, too? I agree, Primark. It is standard in some counties. Again, this is not... it's a variable problem. See? ISE? See? I knew. I definitely knew that in advance and definitely wasn't making that up off the top of my head. Oh, okay, so Bannerlord. Hang on. Let me write this down. Bannerlord. And, Wing Commander block. You got it. Done and done. Thank you again. Okay, question queue. Gnaw says, if I ever created a game that grew popular, yeah, right. How would I handle the inevitable conflict between clashing views of how me and the audience see a work and what I want to make versus the audience what's want to make? How would I double check if perhaps my vision is wrong, and if it's right, how would I try or not try to make it palatable to the fans? That's a very good question. All right, so Czar asks, I'm joking. So let me get back to Gnostic. For real. I actually, ironically, have a lot of experience with this because of MMOs, which is a topic I've studied a lot. Almost every major MMO out there has made the near universal mistake of listening to their audience too much and too little. The problem is, the actual answer to your question is, it depends. Every single individual situation has to be approached individually, right? If I do a story, let me use a hypothetical. We're working on the rewrites, right? So if we're working on the rewrites and one of my viewers or one of my writers' rooms says, hey, I think personally that you should go ahead and make sure that the Force actually is in Star Wars, in our Star Wars. And I'm like, And I'm like, well, no, that's a valid point. And I need to actually think about their input, and I need to decide if I think it's valid or not. Because you also have to consider that as a developer, you're welcome, Ross. As a developer, you have access to information that the audience does not, but that's also true in reverse. If I could borrow a comment from Giant Grant Games, he posits that one of the mistakes that the developers of Age of Empires 4, I believe was specifically the game made, was they brought in a bunch of experts in the competitive scene to consult on how they designed Age of Empires 4. Now, that was a valuable thing to do, but it kind of made a little bit of, I guess, selection bias is what that would be called. Because, as a direct result of that, the game was slanted towards that at the expense of other things that could have been developed further out. One second. Chaos Theory and Mercenaries. Key of Destruction. What does the P stand for, though? Hey, Maverick. Did you get any sleep? Playground of Destruction. Thank you. Thank you very much, Judo. So yeah, it made Age of Empires 4 slanted towards the competitive scene. Now that's fine, but you can see how that was arguably a case of listening too much. What they probably should have done is they probably should have listened to that input and then measured that with their own knowledge and understanding. I know all of this is kind of a vague, it depends answer, but the problem is that really is the answer. It depends, right? If your audience says, about something, and you don't have data contradicting it, then you have to decide each individual time if you should listen to them or not, right? So I guess experience with in dealing with people is the answer to that. I admittedly have experience doing that. That's not actually a joke. Because, and I can prove this, because I had to not listen to a lot of loud, aggravating people in my own audience who were saying, "Meh, we want the ruminations to come back." I had to, to weigh that and judge that and decide if I should listen to them or kowtow to them. I did kowtow to them for too long, if I'm being blunt, and then when I finally pulled the plug, they got loud and ranty again. Now, again, this is not with regards to game design. This is stuff that would be more applicable in like the story axis, but my point is the same concept applies either way. Because yeah, there is feedback, then there's complaining. And you also have to, it really, really helps if you have some kind of other statistic to pull from. If you get 50 comments in a day that all say, "Ugh, this game sucks," and it's really, really tempting to look at that and be like, "Oh my god, nobody likes my game. I need to fix this game," and they're all complaining about such and such. I need to fix such and such. But then if you actually have achievement figures, right? Or playables figures or something that indicates that of those 50 people, there's like 400 people who have not only played your game, but beaten your game. And, it has and that's it, right? That's your statistics on the site. It's like, well, hang on. Yeah, negative response bias is a very human problem, and you need to measure that with whatever statistics you can. Correct, Russ. I actually screwed it up, but I was being a little cautious. It's actually really easy to lose the run right here. Anyways. I know none of this is really answering your question, Ganaz. I hope this is at least close to an answer for you. I mean, I'd probably restrict it quite a bit, honestly, Mortal. It would be my completely honest answer to that. Good night, Primarch. Get some good rest. Yeah, no, exactly, Ganaz. It kind of depends. Let me use an exact example, because now, this is hindsight, in the interest of fairness, but I can actually give you a specific example of where a developer listened too much, and I can give you a specific example of where a developer listened too little. It's the same developer, and it's WoW. At one point in WoW's history, they came up with an expansion called Cataclysm. Cataclysm was awesome. It was the exact moment at which WoW became a good game instead of being a good MMO, when they switched focus on that, okay? Now, you might think, well, that's the problem. People are saying the other thing, right? No. The feedback people were giving was that Cataclysm had no content, and that they didn't like the changes, and they disliked the fact that all the old content was gone. So there was a lot of whinging and a lot of ranting about Cataclysm. We know with the advantage of hindsight that they were already thinking about doing a Outland revamp. We also know with the advantage of hindsight, they decided not to do that revamp because of the negative feedback about Cata. Thing is, that was the wrong call. They should not have listened to their fans there. They should have actually said, no, this is what we want to do, and we want to do this for this reason, and we want to do this in this correct manner. And they should have done it. Warlords should have been going back to Outland, like was originally planned. And I can say that pretty definitively at this point, especially since Classic exists for the people who wanted the previous MMO experience. So Vanilla and Outland would have been covered under Classic. Now, again, this is all hindsight. Which leads me, of course, to listening to the audience too little. There's actually several examples of that I could give, but probably the easiest answer to that, by far, is Shadowlands. Something that people kept complaining about was how there just wasn't enough to do. And the developers said, no problem, what we're going to do is we're going to not listen to you, and we're not going to make any new content other than this boring, repeatable content, and you're just going to do that forever. And people kept saying, no, we want meat, we want patches, we want updates, we want stuff to do. And the answer was, no, you don't know what you actually want of this game, shut up. And Shadowlands had a really heavy raid focus, specifically. And consequently, Shadowlands lost a lot of players because they focused so much on raids that a huge amount of the player base never was able to experience, that the whole game suffered for it. So there's too much and too little in the same game by the same developers. The burger didn't show up, not Zero. No burger. Oh yeah, WoW is... I use WoW as a case study for a reason. Any game that's been around that long is probably going to become a test study, or a case study, you know what I mean? Alright, so Latario asks, in the original Modern Warfare 2 mission had come out in 2022, would they have took out the no Russian mission right off the bat? Probably not. Sarani says, if I could be any scientific field, what would it be? Energy production. Twister says, are there any remasters or remakes that have truly pissed me off other than Warcraft 3 Reforged? Because that's the answer. You know, that's fair, Roman Cure. I shouldn't say that. I apologize. You are correct. But Warcraft Reforged is the low-hanging fruit. So let me try to think of something other than Reforged that pissed me off. See, I was actually thinking about that exact one, Gnos. Diablo Immortal is neither a remaster nor a remake, so it doesn't really qualify for the question. Diablo 2 Remaster is actually really good. Confusingly. So, okay. I feel like the Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 is the correct answer here. I really was hoping for a remake of the old games. They were going to make a remake of the old games. They decided not to. That sucks. But also, the frickin' Infinity Engine remake is so bad that I literally can't play it without... Whoops! Hang on, let's just redo that. There we go. That I literally can't play it without constantly crashing the game. Yeah, the enhanced editions. So, yeah, no, that's going to be my answer. Follow-up answer? StarCraft 1 Remaster. Now, you're probably thinking, why? It's a good remaster. It is. And it will never be a good remake because of that. I will never get StarCraft 1 in a good engine unless I play a fan version. Actually, there's a lot of remasters that fit that. You know what, while we're on the subject, The Last of Us 1 Remaster, also the first FF10 remaster, and The Last of Us 2 Remaster, all of which are what we like to call hardly different versions. Things I've been making fun of for so long, that's one of the first memes I ever came up with on my channel. Remakes don't always preclude the possibility of a remaster, but remasters, historically speaking, always preclude the possibility of a remake. I'm actually not sure, Gnos. I never was able to figure out what did it. It wasn't affecting my friends either, it was just me. So that's even better. Yeah, won't be fancy. There's a trolley going down the tracks, and a man is tied up on it. I immediately shoot the man, the trolley, and the tracks. RNG here. Okay, hang on. I'll read the actual question. Give me a second. Okay, so the actual question says, there's a trolley going down the tracks and a man tied up on it. On the other track, there is nobody. However, you are a libertarian and the switch is on private property. You have to trespass to flip the switch. Do you flip the switch? See you around, Yada. Not Zero says, if you were in charge of creating a Mass Effect TV series based on the trilogy without budget limitations, how would you solve the protagonist issue without disappointing femship and maleship fans? Okay. Put some actual thought into that. Make Shepard two people. Maybe make them related. Maybe make them married. There's a lot of options. But have them both be there. Have one of them be more Renegade, and have one of them be more Paragon. Demonstrate choices that I feel like would be better in a specific situation based on which Shepard is there. Maybe even make several Shepards actually disagree with each other. Like have them argue with each other. Stuff like that. Internal Systemer says, you've been given the power of the Q. What's the first thing you do? Cry. Tears of joy, but, you know, cry. Oh, probably relief, too. Latario says, if you can go back in time and give Native Americans... Woo. There we go. The ability to fight the Europeans and defend their tribes without being expelled, would you? No, absolutely goddamn not. I am not so stupid as to try and influence time travel. Unlike some people, I actually understand time travel, and that's not the kind of thing you just mess around with. Especially not something that's going to have such a sea change. Ah! I just made that inaccessible. It's something that's going to have such a sea change on so long for so much, right? Okay, let's do this. I almost never have that happen, too. That's the frustrating part. Ah! Ooh. Oh yeah, daily mandated suicide, which we'll do in a second. There we go. Damn it. Yep, gotta have suicide. Alright, well, part of the problem with time travel is everything, but the other problem with time travel is everything else. It's really, 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 really risky to fundamentally change the timeline in such a way, especially the further back you go. To be very clear about this, and I have actually thought about this, I would be hesitant about time traveling to alter things that happened earlier this year. Changing stuff from 300 years ago, 400 years ago, that's off the table, as far as I'm concerned. So, no, absolutely not. Okay, so, Roman Cure says, would you say that if we colonize Mars, then nuclear war with Mars is likely? No. I know that fiction is absolutely obsessed with the... Come on! Okay, we made it. Is obsessed with the idea of Mars rebelling. But nuclear war? We're fine. There we go. What do you mean, Ross? God, I can't believe I managed that. Alright, so, possibly? I haven't seen it yet, Latario, so I haven't gotten to it yet. Also a little slow there. Okay, so... Do I think the United States will ever go to working less than 5 hours to take 40 weeks of system? I hope so. I think it's even likely, to be honest with you. Worker rights are a slowly escalating thing, as honestly they should be, for pretty much the same reason that any totalitarian power is going to eventually fall apart. Because again, political power, personal power, blah, blah, blah. I know everyone disagrees with me on that. I don't care. You're not a Sith Lord. Eventually you're going to run out of ways to enforce your rule, right? So, no, I do think that worker rights are going to continue escalating in terms of that. And so I do think that that is something that is going to happen. In fact, I am hopeful that we'll get to a point where people can be paid less to be paid more to do less with more benefits. I think I screwed up the quote. Work less and paid more to do less over a less period of time. There we go. That's what I'm going with. Alright, next question. Not Zero says, does humanity need hostile aliens to unite globally for good? I hope not, because there aren't any. You know? The idea of pretty much needing an other is not exactly a new concept. They're called cats. I knew it! Venture says, do you have any thoughts, opinions of what's going on in Israel right now? Yeah, the whole thing is a goddamned mess. Lotario says, theoretically, what happens if the United States population pauses so I can listen to a great song? I love love this song. So, what would happen if the United States population magically just is Thanos'd into zero? Who gets the land? Realistically, whoever claims it first is going to be the answer there. Like, seriously, that's the answer. Whoever stakes that claim first and successfully makes it stick is going to get that. That make it stick is the hard part, because what you got to do is you actually have to make the international community acknowledge, acknowledge your claim, right? If you get your claim acknowledged, if the rest of the countries agree this is yours, you're golden. But everyone's going to want a piece of that pie. So, good luck. And war. Alright, yeah, no, there's a lot of natural resources in the United States. A lot of people don't really understand just how resource-rich we are here. We don't really tap a lot of our internal resources, but we've got tons to spare. Honestly, that sounds kind of like a Red Alert thing. As in like a, you know, crazy alternate history premise for a video game kind of a thing, right? Okay, so, what was I looking at? Whoops, I actually have to delete some questions because I can't see any new ones. There we go. Should billionaires exist? No. Cashel says, you are now a Tony Stark level genius. Sweet! Oh god! I understand everything! Ah! Ah! I hate my life! And I immediately shoot myself. Oh, hang on, I should probably read the rest of the question first. So, you are in charge of colonizing Mars. Terraforming and energy production have been solved. I understand exactly how screwed we are. Ah! No, for real though. What is my immigration policy, and what social and political conflicts or schisms do I see occurring between Earth and Mars? Oh, Jesus. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. What kind of... There's obviously going to be conflict between Mars and Earth, because every science fiction story in the history of the ever, except mine, I suppose, has gone down that route. So there's gonna be war. Gonna be war. Yeah! I mean, God's sakes, it was even in a Call of Duty game. But, as far as the specifics of that... No, there's no way. There's no way. I'm way out of practice. Nope, I'm not gonna try. I'm just gonna hurt my hand. Yeah, Earth to Mars. We're done! Yeah, so in all honesty, I don't think any real major conflict between the two is actually going to be a big issue, to be totally blunt. Even if we somehow magically colonize Mars, there's still a lot of problems with actually having that happen, right? What, Ross? Yes, that's actually how you're supposed to do that, Ross. I can and have done that jump. In fact, I've even done it on camera. But that jump is the hardest jump in the entire game. It's called iceless for a reason. The whole trick is called iceless because it changes the entire route. So I'm not super worried about war. Conflict is a little bit different, but it depends on what we get up there. Because you'd say, well, we get space, but I'm going to say something a little bit controversial. We have space. Like, as in real estate. We have plenty of space on Earth. We kind of deliberately don't use it because city-centric society, but we have lots and lots and lots and lots of open space. We don't need a whole other planet's worth. And so, you have to... War is almost always an economic equation, not a... like a philosophical one or a political one or anything else. We're not going to go to wars because we want to be independent. We're going to go war because we want to hold on to our profits. Even if profits isn't literally money and is instead just in terms of resource X, Y, and Z. The ridiculous majority of wars throughout human history could be defined as an economic war. Like pretty much all of them. What I'm trying to say, thank you, Ross, what I'm trying to say is that war with Mars is going to be so economically unfeasible that it's probably not going to happen. They just don't have anything we really need, and vice versa, if we have properly terraformed the area. So that's the easy part of the question. The hard part of the question is immigration policy. Who is allowed to move to Mars? Yeah, no kidding, prisoners. These bosses are super easy. This is actually a pretty hard game, relatively speaking. I would actually say this is one of the harder Mega Man X games. No joke. Oh no, Malachor. Ready. That's a good question. Who's allowed to go back to Earth? That's a very valid point. Yeah, Chill Penguin is easy if you have their weaknesses. Spark Man, here, let me show off Spark Mantle, because this is funny. I think what I would probably do is I'd probably do a 3-filter system, okay? So first, if you want to be, if you want to get on board, you have to go through a really, really basic background check kind of a thing. Nothing fancy, nothing big or expensive, just, you know, a fairly basic, who are you, what have you done, who are you, why are you here, what is your purpose in life, blah, blah, blah. Still haven't gotten to my favorite stage thing yet. We'll get there, we'll get there. And that would only be there to weed out the obvious stuff, right? The stuff I don't even need to explain to you because it's just duh territory. That would honestly probably be handled by bot or something like that. Immediately after that, we would probably go for our first tier. So our first tier, whoops, oh bullcrap, that didn't work. Hang on, just a sec. There we go. God, I screwed that up hard. There we go. The second limit. Well, actually, that's an interesting question. If we're not having issues with resources, I'm sorry, I was sort of assuming like limited resources, limited personnel kind of a situation. If we have unlimited resources and personnel, since we've already terraformed Mars, and maybe we don't have to limit immigration at all, other than the first pass. So you know what? Good. Let's reassume that. I didn't even think about that. So let's assume that we have resources and we have and space, which we probably do. It's a planet. Planets are big, so no limits other than the first 2 passes. The first pass is your basic background check, just to kind of be a no-duh kind of a situation, no trying to escape major convictions or, you know, basic stuff. And then that pass would then be subject to at least one actual real-life human being looking at your case file and deciding if you're cool or not, right? If you're cool, you're good. So, I agree with that. Alright, so let me show you how easy this boss battle is if you use his weakness, okay? This is literally called Spark Mandrel Syndrome, by the way. So anyways. Now hold on. Let's do it without the weakness. You notice he hit me for like 1/4 of my health? What's the funniest game I've ever played? Oh, geez, I don't know. The funniest? My first knee-jerk thought is West of Loathing. So anyways, After that, oh, God, I don't know. God, that was so terrible, Ross. I actually have done Buster only on this quite a few times, yeah. But yeah, you'll notice how that boss fight is a whole lot harder when you don't use his weakness. That is actually one of the biggest flaws of later Mega Man games, which this is included in. Their weaknesses are too much. Oh yeah, Once Upon a Jester, that's another really funny one. So I'm going to go with one of those two. Once Upon a Jester and West of Loathing. Roman Kier says, why is it easier to solve other people's problems than your own? Human beings, as a just kind of a standard policy, tend to get stuck in their thought processes. You're trying to push something up a hill, it's not moving. You're trying to push something up a hill, it's not moving. God dang it, why won't this move? Because we, as a species, biologically, tend to be inclined towards pushing against resistance, pushing against friction, right? Someone else shows up and says, hey, why don't you just move the rock that's out of your way? Which you didn't even see because you were focused entirely on the actual object of your obstacle. Pushing the damn thing up the road, or up the hill, or whatever. So, the advantage of someone else is they're not already stuck in that thought process, that loop. It's why a group of people will almost always solve a puzzle faster and better than one person will. Because they can look at the thing and see what more than one person can and will. It's also why I tend to get really self-conscious about streaming puzzle games. Because I tend to get stuck in that loop. And then someone else on stream is like, well, why don't you just do such and such? And of course, that didn't even occur to me. Yes, so far, Eternus. I know you didn't really hear it, but I do want to say thank you. Yes, I know there's a fast way to do this. I just don't like doing it that way. My hands are more important than doing this fight quickly. Well, because they didn't want to call them Rock Band because they're stupid. Anyways, thank you, Eternus, very, very much for the earlier subs. If you want to put those towards up to 3 things, please do let me know. But yeah, that's the answer, Roman Cure. You have an outside perspective. You're not locked into the mentality. There you go. Sarani says, do I think college or university is the best way for people to learn a subject or field? No. But I don't think it's the worst. I just think it's a way to do it. So let's see if we can do this in, I don't know, 3 tries? 3 tries sounds generous. One more. Or 2 more. Sure, 2 more. Might not actually be possible. Nope. Universal income. Well, that was a fun question. Universal income. Universal income is a very complex topic. And that topic is scrolling up. God, that was one of the earliest donations I got. So that's oxygen not included. Armored Core 6, FF16. Thank you as always, Eternus. Okay. So, when you really zoom out the camera, there's several ways to approach a government taking care of its people financially. One of those ways is to just kind of do it yourself, and the other way is to give the people the resources to do it themselves. Both of those are valid methods of dealing with that problem. But obviously there is a very strong difference in approach, and both have their own detriments too. Let's fight without the frickin' shields. Universal basic income, to finish making my point here, is one of the ways of dealing with that problem. Basically, you mandate X amount of resources that just go to people on a regular basis, and they can then buy their own places and get their own houses and get their own food, and die at their own leisure. I'm just gonna play this safe. Yes, that was playing that safe, by the way. Better to take damage than to take death. One second. Okay. The biggest problem with universal basic income, by far, is that you gotta pay for it somehow. And there's only so many ways to do that. That's just a dick move. So, make sure to put that in the question queue, Golflag. So I see it. Exclamation mark Q, space, option. People have posited ideas and theories about how to actually implement a universal basic income. And there's been test cases and studies done on how to actually implement a universal basic income. But it's the implementation problem that is the problem. And that's how I'm going to phrase my opinion on that. I actually think that having a universal basic income is actually a good thing. Especially for the people who, you know, have to benefit from it. Excuse me. But how the hell do we implement it, right? That's its own problem. I'm sorry, I'm actually falling apart. This is a little harder game to play than Super Metroid for this. Jeez Louise. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this. Sarani says, what's my personal favorite fantasy or sci-fi book I've ever read? The Hand of Thrawn duology, no question. X says, would you join the Amon party? Absolutely. Use up people and then discard them like the trash that they are. I actually already answered Legion's question. Otario says, is there a difference between racism and racial supremacy? Yes. I mean, nuances, gradients, etc. Oh, we haven't done... Right. Absolutely, Kay. 100%. The hand... Okay, you want a real controversial opinion? The Thrawn trilogy is not that good. To me, racism is someone else is less of a person. Oh, hang on. It's on the right thing. There we go. But racial supremacy is... such and such is better of a person. Those can obviously mean the same thing and come to the same results, but they are still very different things. They're also both bad. Storm Eagle's weapon is the metal blade of this game, yes. What's my points against the Thrawn trilogy? Yes. I went back and reanalyzed that book. This is actually a few years ago at this point. And it's a little bit astonishing how amateur it is in terms of dialogue and scene construction and just literally just little things like language choice. This is something Timothy Zahn himself has admitted to. And of course he does. It was pretty early on in his overall career. And don't mistake me, there's obviously some legitimate talent on display there. And I think it gets some credit for essentially kickstarting the EU in every way that matters. But it just does not hold up that well, in my opinion. It's significant, but not something that would score well, to use my own terminology. So, next question. Experiment says, what do I think about the U.S. university system? It sucks. How can young people elevate themselves financially and educationally without university? They can't. Any questions? Hang on a sec. This is actually a really easy boss that's really easy to screw up. But as you can see, the weakness makes all the difference. Yeah, if you screw up the pattern, sucks to be you. That fight can actually be really hard, especially if you don't have his weakness. I think the United States universities suck. I'm trying to think. Oh, by the way, best song in the game in just a second here. Too much money. I know I say that a lot, but way too much money invested in way too much dick waving, for lack of a better way to put it. I mean, I get it, and I get the idea of university or college or whatever like that, but the hard reality is that in reality land, in several cases, you're actually not paying for the teaching or the education at all. You're just paying for the diploma, right? You just want to be able to say, oh yeah, I have a degree at such and such, and that's what you're paying for. That's why certain universities are so picky about who can even get theirs, because that retains them as an exclusive club. I like a better way to put that. And there's other issues with that, too. It's actually yet another example of a more complex problem. Because you might say, well, just lower their costs. Well, there's issues with that. You could just say, well, mandate it so that they can't limit who can join them. Well, there's issues with that, too. It's a mess. I do agree with what's referred to as higher education as a concept. But the concept is absolutely not what we have in reality land. What we have right now is some universities and some degrees can be worthwhile to actually learn more. In other cases, nope. So, I will admit, however, I don't have a solution to that. I have not put the thought and effort necessary into coming up with what I think is a workable solution to that problem. It's also probably worthy of note that the type of, what the hell, this RNG, look at this, oh my god! The exact industry you're going into affects the quality of that university. For example, a lot of medical and legal colleges tend to be a lot better than, say, for example, IT, right? And of course, the individual university matters, right? So, I don't think just nuking universities is the idea, is the correct answer there. I don't have a correct answer handy. Karani says, do I think humanity will ever be a spacefaring race? Define spacefaring. Except Sarani's probably not even here right now, so I think we will absolutely be a race that has regular space travel. Yes, I do. Do I think we'll ever have FTL? Not in any way that matters, no. Do I think baldness will be cured in the next 20 to 30 years? Yes. I think there's enough people, rich, old people, who are probably invested in that to bother with putting the money into it to make it happen. Yeah, we're not going to get Star Wars, but yeah, we might get some other stuff. Okay, Do I think transferring human consciousness to a machine will ever be possible, and should we? Yes and no, respectively. But I can't explain why, or else the rest of the robots will know. There we go. I mean, yeah, The Expanse or 2001 Space Odyssey are a lot more feasible to happen than Star Trek. Elizar says, can we fund for you to visit Sweden? No. X says, do you know about Josh Haber, the father of chemical warfare, who was the one who discovered nitrogen fixing process that created artificial fertilizer that dramatically increased food production and made 7 billion people possible? No. If humanity had first encountered an alien species, which group of people, whether political, cultural, or religious, would have the worst reaction? Let's see. Listen, there's only 2 types of people I can't stand. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch. That's right, the Portuguese! Damn Portuguese! You know, honestly, I think, I mean this with total sincerity, I think that the Billionaires Club would be the most opposed to that kind of thing, because they would have the most to lose. Oops. How'd you like it, Experiment? Or have you had it yet? We'll do this the hard way. Why not? That should be enough. Well, I'm not caught up to the lunch break yet, if that gives you an idea. I should probably actually stop playing this game, because it's actually interfering with my ability to answer questions. When I say it would be better if humans were to create a successor species and then disappear. No. No, I have not, Ross. Latara says, what game do most people what game do most people like that you think is overrated and even bad? Dark Souls. Why do you think people are so inclined to want to travel to Japan, but less so to South Korea? So, I can only speak for the States, but here in the States, we've actually had pretty strong cultural ties to Japan for, like, a really long time. Like, longer than my mother's been alive. Long time. So, that's probably the reason right there. I'm not sure about other countries, so I can't speak to that. Cautious, because, you know, kind of low in health right now. Which is why I actually just got hit by that. Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit more cautious. I gotta scroll down now. What was the highest level of math I could do? 2 plus 2 is 3. As a male, have I ever had an embarrassing boner moment? Would I ever want to be a graphics programmer? No, I will leave that to the actual experts who actually have brains, like Evo. health, and this is a really hard boss, too. Not what I wanted. Have to do. Okay. What has taken GTA 6 so long? The same thing that took GTA 5 so long? Also GTAO. We actually talked about that during GTA 5. Do I know who Richard Dawkins is? No. Why? Hang on. Delete these. I'm actually going to AFK super quick. I'll be right back. Hopefully that'll help. I do apologize. It is just way too hot in here. Alright, so I'm also going to stop playing Mega Man X. It's a great game, but it is distracting me a little bit too much. And I want to get through this before the end of the day. We've got a lot of questions left, so let's just focus on questions. I'm boiling. So I also went and just washed my face because I was sweating. Let's go down here. No, I want chat. You know what? Let's do this. Give me a second. Wrong folder. Hey, remember this screen? We haven't been here in a while. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and kill Mega Man in the background. Pull up our question queue. I need one more thing, just so people are aware of it. It should be like right here. Why isn't it here already? Where is our precious? I normally play QWOP. The exact moment which I am dead. There we go. We'll just kind of put this over here. Damn it! No! No subs! No donations! Stop giving me money. Alright. I'm trying to get the questions. Thank you, Game Geek. I do appreciate it. Oh, I'm on the wrong... I'm on the webcam. Wow. Have I... nope. Hang on. Is it even here? Do I even have it set up? I don't. Holy crap. Ah! What did I just say? I just said this. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. There it is. Behold the end of all things. One more. Oh, there we go. Cool. Thank you very much, Game Geek. I'll put that towards Republic Commando, Gravity Falls, and DBZ Kakarot. I am the chat. And then Oni, thank you very much for the sub. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Questions. All right. Walker says, why do I not enjoy games with philosophical themes? I don't enjoy philosophy as just like a general policy. I think it's the easiest way to answer that. But you're asking why. In my opinion, most games that are philosophical tend to be either very surface level, aka entry level, or dumb. I don't have a better way to put it. I don't have a better way to put it. And they like to just kind of absolutely, yeah, they're way too up their own ass, right? They're way too, like, you get the feeling that they're like, nobody's ever had this thought before. Behold the glory of this extremely dumb thought. And it's like, I've said this before and I'll say this again. We all have this issue. One second. Andromeda, FF7R1 and FF7R2. Thank you again very much, Oni. I tend to have issue with the implementation rather than the specifics. I have seen plenty of games that have philosophical concepts that I'm completely with. I'll let you name an example right now. Final Fantasy VII. Oh, not like thoughts of the soul or the self or anything like that. No, the philosophical concept in FF7 has to do with the nature of greed and short-term versus long-term thinking, which is a philosophical concept. But FF7 implements that pretty well, right? FF6 is philosophically all about the connections between people and how those connections matter. Not just the fact that there are connections, but the specifics of what those connections are and how they affect those people, and so forth and so on. I'm not going to get fully down the line. You get the point. So that is absolutely something that I tend to have issue, because usually when a game says, this is a not always, but usually it's like, this is a philosophical game. It's like someone's just like, what if, like, war, but, like, war's bad. This war's bad. I actually do have an example right off the top of my head of a philosophical game that branded itself as a philosophical game. That's total bullcrap that we've actually even reviewed. That would be Spec Ops: The Line. Yeah, peace. Oh, and you know what? Honestly, yeah, Ace Combat 5, while it was actually a very fun game, kind of fell into this exact same problem. Lothario says, why did suicide become such a taboo? To my knowledge, the reason suicide became taboo was because several societies needed people. I mean, modern societies need people, but even back then, you need people to make money, or not money, food, to make food, and to build things. So they need people to not kill themselves. So it kind of became a taboo because of that. Yeah, we need more people, right? We need people to make people. So, like, from a pragmatic perspective, several cultural groups have made suicide a bad thing because of that. And, of course, nowadays, things are different, but, Yeah, maybe they're asking about YouTube. That's true. So Ronnie says, what direction of story would I like to FF14 to go in? Something totally new and much lower tier. If you're asking for specifics, I admittedly haven't thought about it, so I'm not actually sure. But definitely something that's, like, way down there. Lothario says, in the Ugly Duckling story, why was a swan born in the same hatch as the ducklings? Because that is a tale and not a story. The difference is a tale is something you were telling for the purpose, or reading or playing, for the purpose of getting across a message or a point. A story is something that you're supposed to presume actually happened. I don't like tales, by the way. Sonic's okay, but Tails not so much. Blade Chaval says, what is my opinion? What about the opinion that it takes a gun to stop a person with a gun? That's an interesting question. There's a concept called escalation. And there's other concepts related to that as well. But ultimately, all I'm going to say about that is I don't agree and move on. Spartan says, homeschool. Oh, hey, I just got to Spartan's answer. God damn, we are way behind. Spartan says, homeschooling is an annoying, complex issue. I want to be morally opposed to it because it's done social growth. However, for certain children, it does work better. And for certain parents, at the end of the day, parents are not trained teachers. Very true. They should not be allowed to teach their teaching. There's my hot take. I don't believe in private education. Yeah. Also true, Casual. Ginger Ninja says, earlier I said I was pro-choice, but not in that way. Am I pro-life? Yeah, I'm totally cool with abortions. But no, when I say I'm pro-choice, I mean it literally. I am in favor of choices, of people being able to have a choice on things. Eleazar says, if we took away all the males in the world, bam! But keep the two, not destroy, erase the human race. How many men do we need to keep in order for it to work with an all-female world? Keep minimum mind. We can't just have 2 or 3 men because it still might create incest generations. Actually, I think I get the question. What's the minimal viable population is what's being asked here. 1 second. So people disagree with the specifics of the minimum viable population. It kind of depends on a lot of factors, but I believe 4,169 is the last time. I've looked into this, Eternus, because I was looking it up for the extant a couple of years ago. The problem is it's kind of dependent on other factors. That's why we don't have like one exact number for it, because the minimum is something like 100, I want to say. I'll actually say that here. But if you have 100 people, then you have to have very, very specific breeding. Like 100 can work if you, this person, you, this person. And if you're just going to have a population, then the larger that number needs to be. So, something along that. Anyways. Okay, so, next question. In a very, very small population, you don't get choice, because survival becomes part of the equation. It's one of the reasons whenever I hear about like a colony ship in science fiction, it's like, we sent out 500 people. It's like, what? Okay. Sure. Anyways, okay, so, where was I? Colin Palooza says, what reason do I not see myself doing any other job besides this one? Why is suicide the only alternative in your eyes? Okay. I'm not very happy in my life. I have things that help me to keep happy. I have good friends. I have good family members. I have 3 adorable nieces, I have a wonderful sister, and I live in a place where I don't have to worry about going hungry or dying out in the cold. Or heat, actually, would be more likely. But I'm not particularly happy. I actually argue and still have this mentality that I am not alive. I exist. I'm up from survival, which is good. I'm very thankful for that. I'll never spit on that. But I'm not alive. So this job is one of those sanity anchors. Being able to interact with you guys and being able to stream these games and review these games is a satisfying and sanity-restoring thing to me. It helps. If I suddenly have to go back to some other job, one of my sanity anchors has just gone away. So that's already a huge problem. But then you have to consider everything that follows that. I can't stream for a living. I can't YouTube for a living. What can I do? Well, there's only really a couple of skill sets I have to go into anything that isn't just fast food or Walmart. Now, I do have over a decade of experience in the IT industry as a Tier 2 networking engineer, so I could leverage that, but I've already done that, and I'd rather die than go back to doing it. No offense to anybody in that industry at all, but I really, really hated that job a lot. I put up with it for pretty much the same reason I just said. I was grateful for it. It was a good, solid job that paid decently in a time in which I couldn't get another job. So I was very, very thankful for that job, and I never want to sound like I'm ungrateful. But I hated it. I was so miserable all the time because of that job. The thought of going back to that now? That's why. When I try to do something outside the US, how am I going to get outside the US? We actually mentioned this earlier, and I've actually been looking into this very year. The borders have been closing across this planet. It's getting harder and harder to migrate right now. A lot of countries that were on my maybe list aren't anymore, specifically because just going there is no longer feasible. It's no longer an option. So, so Primarch says, oh, excuse me, if I were to eliminate one flavor category from existence, sweet, salty, fatty, etc., what would I pick? First of all, I wouldn't, but if I had to get rid of one, I would get rid of... Yeah, I feel like bitter's the only answer there, honestly. And that's kind of a weird choice, but I think I'd go with that. Get rid of the bitter flavoring and try to, nuke that out of there. Because sweet and salty are completely out. Way too many people enjoy sweet and salty. Spicy? Far too many people actually enjoy spicy food to be willing, for me to be willing to get rid of that. So that just kind of leaves bitter, and that's kind of it. I know, Gulvig. That was actually my first thought. The reason we have such a good bitter taste, to my knowledge, please correct me if I'm wrong about this, is specifically so that we can use it as a safety mechanism. Anyways, Best in Slot Mark says, did I ever vote for Trump? No. Internal System Error says, what do I think will happen to the climate in the future? I think it's going to get bad before it gets better. I do think it's going to get better, though. As I've said, we as a species have a proven track record of being like, all right, hold up. Let's fix this problem. And then we do. And that's true historically throughout our entire history. Like, all the way back. So I do think that is what's going to happen. The problem is we tend to have trouble getting, like, coordinated on that front. So what's actually going to happen is I'm going to take over the goddamn planet and be like, all right, look. We're fixing this. Okay? You, Evo, you're on the team. Let's go. Yeah, fix it, Evo. Go. It's your job now. Yeah, give me the bell hammer. Bam! Oh, wait, I've actually got the bell hammer right here because I pulled it out earlier. So, let's make this happen. Anyways. So, Ginger Ninja says, do I think the U.S. is too big in terms of differences in cultural groups and sheer geographic size? Yes, but I think we're past the point of fixing it at this point. I think we're kind of stuck with it right now. You know, I think it's just our life. It's funny you say that. This is actually a very practical weapon. Not as a sword, and not just because it's not sharp. This is a mace. This is a war mace right here. And there's a lot I could do with this thing in combat. I'm not going to do it right now because I've got a whole lot of, you know, very expensive equipment near me. But still. Lothario says, if the whole of human history were its own fictional setting, would I say it is the best world building? Yes. Mr. S said, what worst government America's had in my lifetime? Trump's first administration. No, my lifetime, Ross. Wait. When did Reagan leave? Actually, I'm not sure that it... 89. Oh, wow. Okay, I take it back completely. Reagan. Reagan is the answer there. That's not even subjective. We're still a little bit too close to some things historically to fully gauge more modern stuff, but we know a lot about the consequences of Reagan's administration. Holy crap. What's really funny is, and this is not a joke, as time goes on, as I study more and learn more, I find out other little, like, domino effects from Reagan's organization, or from Reagan's administration. It's funny, the other one I was going to pick was Bush. Bush Jr., to be very specific. Yeah, I did too. That's why I didn't even include Reagan in that. I figured Reagan was before my time. I think I was thinking of Nixon. Or rather, I was thinking of when Nixon was president, because I don't think Nixon was that bad, but anyways. Yeah, Bush. Anyways, it's just... Yeah, Bush Jr. Anyways, yeah, Bush Sr. was just kind of a fluff ball. There was some bad stuff there, but, I mean, that's true for every presidency. I begin with the end in mind, asks, do I think that the Russia-Ukrainian war will be decided in a matter of economic attrition as opposed to battlefield attrition? Yeah, I've thought that this entire time. That's kind of never been not a thing. Dude McGuy says, what political stance have I shifted on most in recent years? This isn't really a political stance, but it kind of is. This is actually a topic I wanted to bring up. It's come up recently in the Dragon Age run. There's a concept called good enough. Now most people, myself included, I know, right, Valerian? Nixon's a weird one. Demonized, but, so good enough usually has negative connotations. I myself, when I hear that phrase, I'm like, ugh. But sometimes you can't act... I know this is just the theme of today. Sometimes you don't have a good solution, right? You don't have something that's going to fix the situation. So, you do something that's good enough for now. And you hope that a better solution presents itself sometime further down the line, right? And that is an opinion I didn't really have until probably this year, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's not good. It's good enough. What made me think that? Honestly, I think the deep dive I did earlier this year into the housing crisis is specifically what pushed me onto that one. Because I do actually think that the housing crisis is a solvable problem, but it's probably one of those problems that will probably not get solved in my lifetime, and maybe never, because what we're going to have to probably settle for is good enough. Anyways. Golvig says, breakfast, lunch, or dinner, what's the most important and which is a luxury? You can choose all or none. I actually have to eat 3 times a day because of blood sugar and protein, because I exercise a lot. Having said that, I would say that of those 3, I would probably call dinner the least important, depending on your schedule. So let's go ahead and put dinner into the luxury thing. Yeah, sure. I mean, you can't quite see it because I've got a saggy shirt on, but there you go. Oh, I love good chicken. Chicken and eggs. One second. Your other packages should be there now, period. Am I pro-turkey or anti-turkey? Turkey is easier to screw up, so I'm kind of anti-turkey because most places screw it up. But a properly cooked turkey is better than chicken. It's the waffle problem, right? Latario said, if I have disagreements with people on a famous book they know very little to nothing about. I said XYZ, and they claim it doesn't say that, even when they haven't read it. Why do you think people want to act like they have knowledge about something they know nothing about? Public bias, general social dynamics, a little bit of pride, and, of course, lack of growing up. Yeah, ego is a big part of that, but a lot of people, and again, I'm speaking of myself here as well, have problem admitting that they're wrong, or admitting that they've screwed up, or admitting that they have lost. And so rather than even accept that, they're like, no, no, no. No, you're wrong. Latario says, have you played Outlast 2? No. Mitch Connor says, are you Team Star Destroyer or Team Flying Castle? Star Destroyer! Gum Gum says, why does gaming media and other people consider Metal Gear Solid anti-war and a good analogy for anti-war? Probably because there's a quote at the very end, which is anti-war. What makes the series so love for such ideas that you feel aren't the reality? I don't know what that question means. To put it simply, why do people love Hideo Kojima so damn much? I don't know. There's nothing Hideo Kojima in particular does that's really all that noteworthy, to be totally honest, when compared to a lot of other things. But I will admit, there's a lot of silly ridiculousness in Hideo Kojima. So, I'm with that. Luck is a good one. I agree with Luck. Yes, I pierced my lip. Jesus. Scroll down. What would it take for the UN to be more effective? For them to actually be an organization and not an alliance. Laterville says, do you expect to see another streamed tabletop game in the foreseeable future? Not for months, if not longer. Latario says, have there been any two-faced world leaders in the real world? Have there been any two-faced world leaders in the real world in the way that Palpatine was also Darth Sidious? As in, they're the mask and the true person. Yes. Boris, United Kingdom. Points if you get it. Gum Gum. Would you agree with certain people in the media that fascism is on the rise? Yes. Canada Bank says this might be super off. Could you tell if someone was a victim of abuse? Are there telltale signs, or could you see them? I am not as versed in that as I used to be. However, there are signs that can be observed, and there are people who receive training for that, including teachers, for example. So there's certain specific things you can watch for and do that. And I actually put a little bit of that into my writing for RFF2, believe it or not. I was a little more overt with that, but the point is that, yeah, no, there are telltale signs, and they all suck. Define fascism. Nationalism taken to an extreme. Put simply. That's how I tend to define fascism. When the state is what matters more than everything else. Usually at the expense of the people, or the individuals, or the rights, or even just down to their lives, right? How extreme that gets, that's debatable, but that's how I tend to define fascism. The example I always like to use is the Cardassian Union from Star Trek. They are an enemy of the state, and enemies of the state do not deserve mercy. So, have I ever heard of Christine Weston Chandler? No. What is the biggest issue that can be easily fixed in terms of government? Easily fixed? Well, just, pull this out here. No, easiest governmental problem. No, absolutely, Justin. It's why I talked about this during my DS9 nomination. There's the crime of the Cardassian Union. The biggest, in my opinion, crime of the Cardassian Union is what they did to their own people. They ruined their own people by forcing people to either become monsters or to become complicit in monsters. And it savaged them as a culture, and, well, it didn't turn out very great. The Romulans? No. The Romulans are way too prideful and internecine to really be what I would consider fascist. And yes, this is from Warcraft. This is Frostmourne. Cardassians. No H. No H. It's not my fault they named them wrong. The Galactic Empire actually kind of varies based on which work and which continuity you're looking at. So, anyways. Yeah, to my knowledge, there's no Cardassian Union. Damn it, Valerian. I did, Evo, yes. No, I agree with you, Malachor. That's why I kind of came up with my own damn definition in order to be able to use the term at all, Malachor. Yes, the Cardassian Union is rising. Easiest fix, easiest fixed. Voting methods. We currently, now, have the knowledge, understanding, and technology to implement real and proper voting methods. And instead we use first past the post. Boom. There's my answer. It's easy to implement, and it would be better. Yeah, also, I think promoting voting in general would probably help. Although I think part of that's also related to education. I'm actually very pro-voting, pro-democratic, whatever you want to call that. But I am also pro-knowledge. I want people to make an informed decision. Again, I am pro-choice, which means I am pro-people being able to choose how they are governed. But issues, right? There's issues there. So, knowledge. I want people to be informed. That's a lot trickier. But changing the voting method itself, that's easy. Doom Rider, death penalty. If someone is put to life in prison with no chance of parole, would that be reason to use the death penalty? No. Here's the really weird thing. I would rather die than spend life in prison, and I know I'm not alone in that. But there are plenty of people who would rather spend the rest of their days in prison, reading books and doing whatever hell is they do there, than dying. Survival instinct is a very powerful thing. If we want to give them a choice, that's different. I'm okay with that. But I don't think it should be an automatic thing, right? Some people would rather survive in prison for the next 50 years rather than die, and in my opinion, they should be given that choice. Not just because of being pro-choice, but also crimes are we have evidence of this at this point in history. Crimes are going to get worse if criminals know that there's no, like, after. If it's like, they're screwed in the end, then criminals are going to be worse. I've talked about this concept before. I hope you understand what I'm saying, because I don't feel like going down the rabbit hole in that one right now. So, if I'm going to shoot you no matter what, you don't have a lot of reason to bother because you've got nothing else to lose, right? Also, case correct. If we end up finding out, oops, there was a mistake, you actually weren't guilty at all, we can release you now. If we kill them, we can't. I think that did come up in GTA 5. It did come up in a game, though, yeah. We were talking about death penalty for something. I think there was something else, though. I think it was Dragon Age, actually, is where we were talking about that. Golvig says, if for some reason I came into ownership of an apartment complex, what is fair rent? I have full reliability and no starting capital. I mean, that depends on a lot of things. I would approach rent from the perspective of not making money. I would want the rent to be cover expenses, cover maintenance. Everyone's gonna pony in for. Yeah, I want to break even. Exactly. I want people to break even on that complex. And I would probably conduct any interviews for people to go there personally, since it's just one complex. I think I can handle that sort of a thing. And I think that's where I'd go with that. May or may not seek out a couple of people. I actually know people right now who are not in a good situation right now, housing-wise, Like I myself am not. So I might actually reach out to a few individuals and say, hey, I have come into a complex. This is what I have to offer. This is what I'm going to charge you. Would you like a place to stay? I can think of 3 people right off the top of my head that I could offer that to right now. So that's probably where I'd go with that. Young Dream Vert said, thoughts on Qui-Gon Jinn's place in the Star Wars story? Oh, no, that's a good question. So obviously, this is the kind of thing we have to think about all the time when it comes to our wars, the Star Wars rewrite. Because, yeah, exactly, Walker. Because we don't know if Qui-Gon's going to be in our wars. We have to decide from a construction perspective, from a setting and world building and story sequencing perspective, what purpose does Qui-Gon Jinn serve in the narrative? Really? And if you actually think about it, the answer is none. The only this is actually true, because I've studied this. The only reason Qui-Gon Jinn exists is because Obi-Wan was the wrong age and Anakin was the wrong age. I'm dead serious. It was like he figured out, George sat down, did some math. This is a true story. Figured out some math and said, okay, Anakin has to be this age, and then Padme has to be this age, but Anakin's too young. And I've talked about this before, because that decision to try and adhere to Anakin being at that age in Episode 1 has such a domino effect on the entire rest of Episode 1. It changes so many other equations, because, like, well, if Anakin's that young, Obi-Wan can only be this young. But if Obi-Wan's this young, then how is he a functional Jedi by himself? He can't go and just find his own Padawan and get his own thing, so we need another step up. So Qui-Gon Jinn was invented in order to fill Obi-Wan's slot in the narrative, right? And so forth and so on. So, you get my overall point here. Qui-Gon could effortlessly be replaced by Obi-Wan, and nothing would actually change. So, that brings up the question then, what purpose can we come up with for Qui-Gon Jinn? Now, I do know that Qui-Gon certainly did more in the EU than he did in the movie. Singular. I know he's technically in 2 other movies, but let's be honest. He's only really in the first movie. But I'm not going to keep going with that. Instead, I'm just going to say I've answered the question. That's my thoughts on his place in the story. He's there to be Obi-Wan 0.5. Cashel says, is Bethesda actually good at making open-world RPGs, or is it that they spend so long having so little of competition in that specific market? If so, is Bethesda maybe in a BioWare situation where they were never actually good developers to begin with? I'm not sure I can really answer that in thoroughness, because I've only reviewed one Bethesda game under the current circumstance, and that would be Oblivion, which is a good game. A flawed game, but still a good game. A game scoring over 100 with all of those negatives piled onto it, that's a good game. So I stand by that. Oblivion's a good game. Thing is, it's one game in their library. During the BRPG block, we will be covering Morrowind, Fallout 3, and Skyrim, so all of those are things I'm not sure about. Oblivion did come out a while ago, yes, Colgrim, which is sort of the next point I was going to reach. It is... I will say, yes, Oblivion was reviewed after the Oblivion line. I know, it's shocking. I would say that Bethesda certainly has enjoyed... Oh my god, you look so cute. Can I get a picture, please?
Okay.
What do you want assistance with? I'm glad I wasn't carrying this up when I did that.
Sorry.
No, it's okay, it's okay. Just imagine if I... because this is heavy, right? If you're here. Alright. Perfect! Oh my god, that's great.
I
What do you
did
need?
the makeup myself.
You look good. What do you need?
I would say
Okay. Okay. Sorry, everyone. But I traded up. Instead of Frostborn, I got Frost Baby. Frost Baby. Hello, Frost Baby. Squishy, isn't it? It's a shark. That's right. There's one up there too. Do you? Uh-huh. Shark. 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 What, you want the sushi? Is that what you're pointing to? You want the sushi? Here. Let's put that down. Put that down. Here. There you go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We lost him. It's okay. She knows who Dive is, of course. It's okay. I got him. See? Right here. Hi. My name is Dive. Oh, okay, okay. You do it. You do it. You have Dive? This is Dive. It's very soft, isn't he? See? Very soft. He actually is very, very soft. She's in the emulating phase of her life right now. So if I go, boop. 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 She's thinking about it. She's thinking about it. Now I follow her, right? She's leading and I'm following now. She gets it. She gets it. Mm-hmm. So, what is your position on geopolitical isolationism of modern-day countries? Oh, come on, you gotta say something. Can you say cat? No, there's no cat up. Oh, there is a cat. There's the sushi cat. Do you see the sushi? Do you want the sushi? Okay, here. Let me get out of dive. Let me move dive. You ready? Up we get. Yeah. Sushi. It's very squishable too. Squish, squish. Squish, squish, squish. Squish, squish, squish. Sushi. Sushi. Mm-hmm. You get it. She's so smart. Yeah, restart. Smart. Yes, she says, down with billionaires. Whoop. No, there's no billionaires up there. There's nothing left. See? There's nothing there. Unless you mean me. There's no cat up there. There's only sharks. Sharks. That's a Pokemon. That's actually two Pokemon. That's true, Cashel. You're right. Okay, we'll let Sushi go. Here's what Sushi looks like, by the way, for those of you who haven't seen her. What are sharks, if not cats, persevering, rather. Okay, okay, we'll get you a shark. Ready? This one? What are you doing? What are you doing? Yes, that's a shark. It's a shark. I haven't named that one yet. You are so cute. When I take over the entire world, don't worry, I won't name you my heir, so you don't have to take over the world when I die. Inevitably. To Evo, who's gonna kill me. I know you're gonna kill me, Evo. Oh god, Golvig. Why'd you have to remind me that even is a thing? Alright, I'm gonna go drop off a baby. I'll be right back. Is that music playing? Music should be playing. Music appears to be playing. Perfect. Can you say bye-bye, stream? Can you wave bye-bye, stream? Can you give me my shark? My shark! Yum, 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 yum. You say bye, stream. You cannot. She's been quiet. She's usually very talkative. Come on, baby, baby. I had to trade back down. Sorry. Oh. I know. Definitely a downgrade. Frostborn for Nice. Okay, so now that we've scared off all the viewers. Where the hell was I? Bethesda. So, is Bethesda actually good at making open world RPGs? Yes, yes, no. Yes, no, no, would be my answer to that. I feel like the problem is we're talking about a company that's done that for an extremely long period of time. So I think similar to the BioWare situation, I think they kind of got lucky a couple of times. I would say 3 times total overall. And then every other time has just kind of been more like the norm, right? Because if there's one thing that Bethesda is really legitimately, unironically, good about, it's the mod kit. The Bethesda mod kit is something they get full credit for, and their full support for mod kit is something they get full credit for. And that's been true for a long time, and that's going to be true for a long time further. Probably not 040. Not unless Bethesda greenlights that. And by Bethesda, I mean Microsoft. Do I see World War III happening this century? No. Do I ever feel bad about buying Nestle? I don't buy Nestle. But if I did, I would feel bad about it. It's bad chocolate and bad drinks. Worse drinks, actually. Would I say Severus Snape is the worst person in Harry Potter? No. Latari says, do you remember the drag queen in the circus at the Baldur's Gate 3? Is that the first drag queen in a D&D-based game? Do we count Edwina? Either way, I have no idea. Oh yeah, Umbridge is much, 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 much worse of a person in Harry Potter. She's probably the actual worst. Cloud is not in a D&D-based game, last I checked. Do I think vehicles should be limited to the speed limit? I think if we're going to go with those kind of regulations and governors, that's what that's called, on... it's from Baldur's Gate 2, Latario. On vehicles, I don't think speed limiting is really the answer there. At least not until we fix the speed limits themselves. With a polishing pass of the speed limits, maybe. But yeah, I was going to say, you could also do a regional-based thing. Speed limits, you're governed within certain regions or certain areas. We're certainly at the point now where we can accomplish that. And while some people absolutely can bypass that, most people probably can't. That being said, I think cars in general kind of need an overhaul at this point. And I think we're too late to do that. So, at least here in the States. Not sure about other countries. If the supernatural were proven to be real, what's the difference between that and magic? Supernatural is just anything that isn't natural. That can be something as banal as medical technology. It can be something as weird and wild as ghosts. But the thing is, magic is usually much more clearly defined. Let me use Warcraft as an example. Let's say you exist within the setting of Azeroth, and you die badly. Like, it's a really horrible death. Ugh. You get back up, and you're a ghost. Nothing about that's really magical, as weird as that may sound. That's actually a natural phenomenon in that setting, but you get my point, right? Nobody cast Raise Undead Ghost 3 on you. Instead, it just happened. By contrast, if I were to be like, rise with the very sword I'm carrying right now, that would be magic. What do my me and my family have planned for Halloween? Well, I guess you didn't see my niece. So my niece is putting together her outfit. My other niece is going off to a party, and I hope they have a lot of fun and get lots of candy. They will, historically speaking, get more candy they know what to do with, and eventually it'll all go bad. Latario says, you said there is a statesman you admire, but didn't want to say because you didn't want people looking at you funny. Which statement is this? I don't remember his name. He's the guy who wrote the Articles of Confederation during the United States. Well, excuse me, during the rebellion, during the revolution, whatever it's actually called. Can't think of his name right now, but him. Also, arguably, Franklin. No, not Jefferson. You're gonna make me look it up. Hang on. The biggest problem with this sword is it's actually really large. This probably isn't gonna go. It's actually over a foot wide, and it is almost, I'd say, about 1.5 meters, or about 4 feet long. It's a big one. So yeah, moving it around is kind of a thing. Was it Thomas Paine? No, that doesn't sound right. It might have been Dickinson. Dickinson might be who I'm thinking of. I don't know the dude's name, but that's the guy. Yeah, that's correct, Latario. Is there any conceivable way of fixing the greed-centric version of perpetual growth capitalism, or are we doomed to perpetual class stratification? I would like to think that we're not doomed. I am, after all, kind of positively inclined towards the future. Having said that, ironically, I agree, Kay. So I've talked about tunneling down to the source of problems a lot, getting rid of Bobby Kotick at ActiBlizzard, fixing the energy problems here in the real world. Another one is fundamentally changing how banks operate. I've actually talked about this before pretty openly because I don't think this is very controversial. I think that banks being for-profit institutions is at the source of a lot of issues. Banks are a huge problem because they're kind of at the core of everything. Let's say for a moment, let me just use one example of what I mean. Let's say you win the lottery. Congratulations. Have fun. Thing is, you need to put that money somewhere. You have to. So you have two options. You can try to get actual cash and hold it in your mattress. Yeah, right. Or you put it in a bank. But let's say that you don't want to contribute to the overall investment bubble problem, the investment industry and the growth industry. So you say, I'm just going to put it in the bank and let it sit there, and I'm not going to contribute to part of the problem. Congratulations. You're part of the problem because the bank is using your money in order to do those same investments. You are not. That's just one example of how banks are pretty much at the fundamental core of a lot of our economic systems. That's worldwide, not just here in the States. So, yeah. There are ways to kind of through this system, but yeah, for-profit banks. So I think that is the answer there. Of course, banks doing that, that's its own thing. Can you create your own bank? Actually, yes. I've actually looked into the concept of making my own bank in order to avoid this problem. There are some catches there, but what it boils down to is you want to set it up locally. You need to jump through some hoops to basically connect yourself to, like, the e-commerce side of things to be able to be ratified for, like, electronic transactions and credit cards and stuff like that. And essentially, yeah, you wouldn't really make your own bank so much as you make your own credit union. That's actually easier. And then you just kind of put your money in your bank, which is your bank, and then you don't screw with it. And hey, you've successfully pulled some money out of that bubble. Congratulations. As you might imagine, most people don't do that. Primarch says, if I could hire one helper for the show, free of cost, so I just get a droid, what would they do? Honestly, the thing I want most out of someone else is highlight reels. I want a version of my streams that's more digestible for the people who don't have time for either the live streams or the VODs. So, a dedicated editor working on making highlight reels at every stream, that would be my first pick, without hesitation. Most of the other aspects of my job either can't be outsourced, even if I had the money to, or I kind of would prefer not to. Mr. Red says, I actually already answered that. Experiment says, do I have any personal finance advice to someone in their 20s? Oh, man. Yes. I don't even know where to go with that. Don't be afraid of debt. Don't go too far with debt. Try to keep track of how much money you spend every week as a regular feature. Even if it's literally something as absolutely banal as having a textbook or like a literal notepad, a physical notepad that you write down, I spent $15 on a burger today. Don't just keep track of your expenses. I have found personally that knowing the tangible, real data of how much you're spending is extraordinarily important. It's the kind of thing, you see, Savacom has the right of it, even. It's the kind of thing that will help give you some perspective and some understanding of where you're spending your money and how and when. Doing that is pretty much the very, very first step in that. Also, don't ask some random Twitch streamer for financial advice. Just because I happen to give excellent financial advice doesn't change the fact that you probably shouldn't do that in general. Also, screw you, Crazy Norse. I would also say, so what I mean by don't be afraid of debt, don't delve into debt. Obviously, credit cards are fine to use within reason, as long as you pay them off at the end of the month or the next month. There's nothing wrong with kind of leaning into a little bit debt and then leaning back out of it and then leaning into it and leaning out of it. That's not only natural, but that's the kind of thing you probably should do, especially if you want to build a credit rating, which you probably do. Don't be afraid to spend a little money on making yourself a little bit happier, but don't do it too often. And don't sell beer made out of your vagina. I think that's all the pieces of advice. All right, so Talia says, how does one get into city building games? They always seem overwhelming. Ooh. Okay, so you can Google that, by the way. I'm not making that up. Seriously, you can Google it. I don't recommend doing so because it's a real thing. I got angry. I got actually angry about that. It is legitimately worse than bathwater. It really is. Yeah, pick the problem is what you need is curation. You need someone to tell you this is a good city builder to start with, and just kind of dip your toes into the pool, metaphorically speaking. Try out a game and see what you think of it. Like, for example, if I said try City Skylines with all DLC right now, you would be overwhelmed in minutes. City Skylines is a very, very good city builder. Probably the best one out there. But that doesn't mean it's a good entry point into city builders, right? Something much, much more lower tier, like, honestly, even just SimCity on the SNES. Or SimCity 2000, if you can get a workable copy of that. Or even something like Frostpunk, which is a little bit more story-driven. Much harder, but still much more directed. All of those, I think, would be better entry points into the franchise to really figure out what you want to do with it, and then kind of move from there. Games like RimWorld, or Factorio, or, again, City Skylines, that's like, once you've discovered you like the genre and you're into it, that's what you move up to, right? Hope Tali actually heard that. I'm not sure if she's here right now. I don't see her in chat at the moment. Random says, what are 3 game franchises that have ruined the gaming industry, in my opinion? Mobage. I know those aren't franchises. I don't care. I stand by it. Okay, fine. Franchises. Okay. Farmville, if you count that, which I'll allow you to not. No, franchises are franchises. Ironically, I will actually agree with Grand Theft Auto. So, Grand Theft Auto, Candy Crush was going to be my next pick. I'm really torn on a third one. Hey, Nemesis. Enjoy family stuff. See, the problem is there's a lot that kind of... Like, the first 2 are easy, right? But I think my third pick is actually going to be something a little bit strange. Yes, Skullvike. For my third pick, I think I'm going to go ahead and go with Angry Birds. Angry Birds, in many ways, kind of blew the hinges off on what people could get away with regards to mobile games. I mean, they made 2 goddamn movies out of it. And it entered popular opinion, and it dragged a lot of other things down with it. Candy Crush is obvious. I shouldn't have to explain that one. I just noticed those are both mobile franchises. So, yeah, it's self-apparent, I suppose. I was debating Overwatch, because Overwatch popularized... It didn't popularize microtransactions. That's actually Halo. It popularized loot boxes, specifically. It standardized loot boxes, and then other companies took loot boxes and ran with them. But, yeah, remember, loot boxes existed before Overwatch, so that's its own thing. But either way, yeah, I'm gonna... I was trying to get a little bit more to the core of when gaming, to earlier franchises rather than more modern stuff, so that's my take on that. Also Mario. Judo Joker says, hoots. Hold on. Judo Joker says, who's the poor bastard has to be roommates with Henry Kissinger in hell? My money's on Bin Laden. whole Warcraft franchise, huh, Arspruce? Wow. And that has made gaming worse as an industry. You're gonna have to explain that one, I feel. Yeah, I like Reagan as the answer there. 040 says, is good and evil... Oh, I actually already answered that. Latario says, what are your thoughts on the death of Gwen Stacy? I don't think I've ever had an opinion on that. So I'm going to go with that. I don't think I have any thoughts there. Pillar says, is Dipping Dots ice cream enough of a novelty to be worth the asking price for it? Yes. There's nothing wrong with that kind of niche thing, as long as you enjoy it. Kay says, why must every imaginary elitist prick be voiced with a terrible British accent? Look up how much of the world Britain controlled and understand exactly how much of popular culture they have affected literally globally. And there you go. Gum Gum says, doing something pragmatic... Does doing something pragmatic make it smart in general? Not necessarily, no. Palmplosa says, is suicide a topic... is suicide a topic that's okay to talk about when people's lives are so valuable and using it as a meme trivializes it? That's up to you, not me. I can give my opinion on it. The main reason I tend to joke about suicide is as a way to try and cope with it, because I myself have actually been extraordinarily suicidal in my life. In fact, I very, very nearly died at one point in my life when my body started self-destructing. I've told that story. I will not repeat it here. So, yeah, no, that's my personal approach. Whether that's good or bad is kind of more independent. And I have had some people in chat periodically say, hey, chill a bit. And I have done so because I'm not a dick. Rule 0. Ventures says, has there ever been anyone in fiction that you feel came out ahead when they said they made a deal with the devil? Illidan. Eleazar says, I have an idea for a book, and it's a big plot point. What I got for the idea was, is that danger... What? Hang on. If I have an idea, a good idea for a book, and it is a big plot point, but I forgot what the idea was, is that dangerous for my book? Like, would there be a plot hole? Like, what if George looks in episode 4 and forgot about Yoda for episode 5? I think I get the gist of this. Yeah, if you completely abandon and or forget about a major plot point, that's generally what we consider a bad thing. I would say so, yes. Actually, Golvi, good example, too. I was going to say, I think most of us have done that to some extent or another at some point or others. Bamber says, do I think optimistic nihilism is a healthy worldview? What the hell is optimistic nihilism? Bamber, are you here right now? You probably aren't. We're just now catching up to the lunch break. Colin Pelusa says, Halloween or Christmas? Be as controversial as possible in your defense of your preferred holiday. Really get the polemic crowd howling. I have no opinion on Halloween, but you know what I do like? Polemic Day. Sub-Zero says, any tips with dealing with arachnophobia? Fictional ones in games or films don't bother me that much, but real ones do. I know it makes no sense, and I feel sorry after I've killed one. The way I deal with arachnophobia is if I find a spider, I kill its ever-living face off immediately. And that is pretty much the thing that helps me deal with it. All of the fear and disgust and horribleness and just I have to violently destroy everything in my path goes away the moment it's dead. That is the only defense I've ever figured out for that one. Oh, did we lose the bot? Did we lose the bot? Nope, the bot's there. Okay, yay. Holgrim says, if you could solve one problem of our civilization with the snap of your fingers, a perfect wish, no drawbacks, what would it be? One societal problem, not an existential problem like the environment. Remembers my first 3 picks. But a societal problem. Hi, Golvike. And Golvike's dead. I was debating tribalism, but I feel like tribalism isn't even really getting to the core of the matter. I suppose elitism might be the other one. If we presume things like classism and racism and sexism also bake under elitism, because, you know, subcategories, I think that's the direction I would go with. If I could just kind of be like, And now people don't think people of different skin color are terrible. That's probably where I'd go with that. Yeah, if people were just treated other people as if they were other people. We can have competition and disagreements and all that fun stuff without literally trying to kill each other. I think that's what I'd pick. Well, yeah, disco, obviously. Good night, Elizar. Mike Romano says, how would I feel about a game in which all I do is walk around a procedurally generated environment with nothing else to do? I would probably get bored of that inside of 2 minutes. But I think that would be worthwhile for several things that people could do. Maybe for just like something to chill, get some, like especially if the visuals are really good, or if you had music like this playing during it as just a way to kind of like a meditation thing. Sure, but not for me. Gum Gum says, would you agree with becoming more and more peak oil with time and slowly changing the fuel source? So if so, will want in oil go back up after a couple centuries or more? Oil has been on its way out for a while, actually. We've been shifting towards natural gases for decades. That being said, I do think that oil kind of coming back around in several ways is probably something that's going to happen. Kay says, what's my take on Alvin Weinberg and thorium power? Who and what, respectively? Thorium just means a metal in Warcraft to me. Bio says, I legitimately don't know who that is, Kay, I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly, Valerian. Yes, it has been for a long time, Kira. Bio says, I know the lobby experience for Phantom Menace was unlike anything else, but what was it like going to for episode 2 and 3? So, this is all just personal take on it. When I went in episode 2, I didn't really have what you'd call a lot of expectations. And I was just kind of like, okay. And I walked out of the theater with this just kind of... And I think that's the best way I could convey that, is with that expression. The theater experience was quiet. And I know, we all disagree on this, but I actually like a properly reactive audience, and I didn't get that for episode 2. Now, episode 3, I was actually still in my crutches at that point in time. So I went in my full Jedi robes as Darth Crutch in order to go to episode 3, because that was relatively soon after I was run over by a car. So I was like, thunk, 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 and I got to sit literally in the best seats in the house, which is right smack dab in the middle, because I was in the handicap seating. And I went with a friend, and as an aside, I actually really like episode 3. It has some flaws, but to this day, I think episode 3 actually stands up pretty well. And we had a really reactive crowd. So, having said all of that, I think that first night, I loved episode 3. I kind of mentally jumped over most of the issues, specifically because of the fact that I was in kind of a honeymoon period, which I've talked about before. If I do something really, really bad, and then something, like, better than that, I tend to elevate the better, specifically because of the fact that I've just gone from the bad. So going pretty much, because we actually watched episode 2 together that night. So we watched episode 2, and then went straight into the theaters for the first viewing. Midnight showing, by the way, of episode 3. And that was a hell of an experience. Now, it's funny, what's the best theater experience I've ever had? I think I just described it. Even though I was literally in crutches, even though, I was in pain the whole time, and on hydrocodone, I think episode 3 was probably one of, if not my best theater experience. However, I've got another one for you. Another theater experience that was really, really, really good theater-going experience. Endgame. No, sorry, not Endgame. Sorry. Infinity War. The first one. That was a great film to see in the theaters, and the audience was perfect. No spoilers, but holy crap. Elitzar says, Family Guy says Walt Disney was a Nazi supporter. Is that true? I've actually already answered this, Elitzar. I know you're asleep now. But I don't know. is the correct answer to that question. I have never studied Walt Disney. I don't like to talk about things I don't really know about. X says, do I know about Alex Jones and how he had to pay families for the Sandy Hook thing? Yes, and yes, respectively. I have nothing good to say about Alex Jones, and that's the nicest way I could put that. Pillager Snow says, how would you deal with a major actor in a dying franchise? Oh, nope, I read that wrong. How would you deal with a major actor who is in a franchise that died? Would I recast the character, write the character out, or get the permission of the family to do a digital recreation? Unfortunately, the answer is, of course, it depends. But the easiest answer for that is I would go ahead and write them out if I could. To use the obvious example, Leia Organa should not, or Leia Solo, excuse me, should not have been in episode 9 at all. Now, recasting can work, especially if you can explain it away in universe. But that's my first take on that, is just write the character out and let that lie. I would probably never recreate the character under most circumstances. Yeah, exactly. Trapdoors, Ganas. You got it. Yeah, bingo. Sinclair. Yep. Trihexia says, why has the GOP moderates but not able to stand the GOP and its voter base has all become Trump puppets? The GOP is now a cult. Do you think the same? I think that there's a lot of... I'm gonna lose viewers right now. I think there's a lot of extremists amongst the people who identify as red in the country I live in. I should know I'm biologically related to several of them. And they do have some very scary and some very interesting opinions. One time, my dad's wife made a comment that included the N-word while she was visiting, while we were just hanging out at some random Greek restaurant. And when I say the N-word, I don't mean that in like a casual way. I mean, she was talking about how all those damned people are jumping in and taking jobs and dragging up the crime rate and dragging down the poverty rate and so forth and so on. So, do I think such extremists exists? Yes. I know they do. I do think, however, I've actually already given my opinion on this, but of course you asked this a long time ago. I do think that, by the way, if you don't understand the significance of her saying that out in public, I live in the South. We were the only white people at that restaurant. Anyways, just making that clear. I want you to understand the scene. That was actually, I've never liked her. And honestly, I haven't liked my dad for a long time, but that was probably the very, very first, it was just last year. That's the very first time I decided, you know, I'm going to go ahead and start pushing them out of my life a little bit. And I haven't actually seen them since, funny fact. Anyways. Yeah, no, they got lucky. Most people around are actually pretty chill, so go figure. But no, so I do absolutely feel like this is part of the problem I mentioned earlier, that it's getting a little bit too extreme with regards to versus, right? That political parties and identities are a versus scenario, that it's horde versus alliance, that we have to destroy the other side and take over and run things our way against the ideas of the other side. And I'm not in favor of that. I said that earlier. And I do think there are some people who are pushing, yeah, exactly, for the rebels versus the empire. And the people pushing for that on both sides both think they're the rebel alliance pushing against the galactic empire. So, you know. Colin Peluso says, should it be law for presidents to take a comprehension test to ensure against things like dementia? Yes, absolutely. I frankly think that should probably be a law for anyone serving in any governmental capacity of any kind whatsoever. If you are a voting clerk, if you are someone who is dealing with managing a senator's schedule, right? That yeah, exactly. That should probably be a thing in general. We do track for certain health problems when it comes to governmental service. I think mental health should probably be in that exact same category. I was about to say, Wilson was the one I was about to bring up. We know, thanks to hindsight and historical records, that Wilson had some issues. We're not even sure what they are, if I'm not mistaken, because we didn't even know what they were back then. But we still have enough evidence to look at that and say, yeah. With fire, Malachor. I'm joking. Or am I? What's my opinion on gerrymandering? Gerrymandering pisses me off. And I want to explain why, because it's probably not what you're thinking. Oh god, Wilson was so bad. I still think Reagan was worse, but oh, Wilson was so bad. The reason that gerrymandering pisses me off so much is it's kind of like lobbying, and it pisses me off for the exact same reason. Because gerrymandering is something that can and should be done for good reason. No, I'm dead serious. Gerrymandering is all about ensuring that the right people are part of the right voting bloc so that they can have a say in their particular community. That's not how gerrymandering is used, but that is what it should be used for. Same thing with lobbying. Lobbying should be a way for us to have some kind of influence on our government, a way to reach out and have our voices heard by a representative that we vote for. That's a good thing, right? I hate that kind of perversion. I hate that kind of corruption of something that can and should be a good thing. In all honesty, there are some areas. It's actually funny because people are like, this gerrymandering sucks. Some of the examples used are actually good examples of gerrymandering. They didn't bother to look into the situation enough to process it. That's the problem, isn't it, 040? When you get down to it, geography isn't really the dividing line. People live in places relative to things more along lines of transportation and communication than they do on physical location. It's one of the reasons why you get counties which have county lines that do this, right? It's because up that county line is a whole bunch of people who live and work down here, right? So there you go. There's your line. And so there's a logic to that, if that makes any sense. There's a reasoning to that, because that's that voting block. But again, how do you do that? How do you do that fairly? How do you do that justly? How do you do that equitably? And the unfortunate answer is, I have no idea. The only default answer I could give to that is oversight. Having multiple people who look at that and are like, well, but even oversight just has its own layers of problems with it. Now, if we get rid of gerrymandering entirely, sure, but then how do we determine voting blocks? Now, there's answers to that. But the problem, what I'm trying to get at is, with the system we have in place right now, if actually AIs are used for gerrymandering, did you know that, Blanchable? Or rather, to be more accurate, algorithms are used for gerrymandering. Because it's really easy to calculate a line that can swing a vote one way or the other. Anyways, so you have to decide where the governmental borders are, for lack of a better way to put that. Unless you're just going to run everything at the federal level, which is insanity and doesn't work. There has to be some level of local government. And that means someone somewhere has to draw a line in the sand. We could just do something like, I mentioned Kansas City earlier. Kansas City is like this, and the Kansas City area is like this. One of the proposed suggestions I've heard, I'm not sure what I think of this, is to just circle the Kansas City area. That is now one district. Right, that's one space. That's now going to have its own local government, which is going to deal with everything up and down that line. The problem with that is, if you've ever lived in Kansas City, or the Kansas City area, excuse me, you know how diverse that particular area is. It is also across 2 states, which is why I'm using this example in particular. So you kind of have to divide the line somewhere. But in all and total honesty, I don't really know how we should come up with those lines. I don't know. I don't know, and I haven't spent the kind of time necessary to really process a problem of that complexity. Now, someone just popped in and said hi. I wanted to say hi, and I was in the middle of saying, it was Paladin Waffles. Hey, what's up? I'm sorry, is all I have to say about that. I understand entirely too completely. And Arspruce says, no friends, no tech. So, wow, it's a business model, like Dark Souls. Okay, no, that tracks, Arspruce. I cannot argue against that. If it makes you feel... This is not me trying to go against you. This is more like me trying to add, like, even though this bad thing happened, this good thing happened, okay? WoW probably helped save my life in a very literal way. When I was in a wheelchair, after getting run over by hit and then run over by a car, I was wheelchair bound and suffering from extraordinarily severe trauma, mental trauma, as well as a lot of stress and a lot of other issues. I lost my job, obviously. I got fired, actually, would be a better way to put that. I was running out of the ability to pay the rent. And so I had WoW, and WoW was a huge way for me to survive. I've actually said several times that WoW is literally my home. It's the only home I've ever had. So at least some good came out of that crap, right? Anyways. How do you fix gerrymandering? I don't know. I don't know about 40. I'm sorry. Yeah, WoW's how I met my sister. And honestly, a lot of other people, too. Random bystander here asks, what's my favorite and least favorite YouTube comment I've gotten that isn't a bot? Okay. I'm not going to say my least favorite because I reported it to the cops. And that really should be all the answer you need. However, my favorite, I saved. Okay. So, it's actually a comment on someone else's video. It was something that Jesse Gender put out. Correct, Sub-Zero. My sister and I met back in 2007 or 2008, somewhere around there. So it's actually 3 comments from 2 people. I'm just going to read these in order. Glad you got Lore Runner for an essay on disillusionment. He's the most cynical sounding human alive. Someone responds, he truly is, despite being a very sweet, empathetic person. His ruminations are great. The other person says, exactly. I watched a few minutes of one of his ruminations and thought he was the most self-absorbed, arrogant, cynical-sounding person ever. But then I decided to hate-watch a cooking video he was doing, and he was doing accents and talking about how unskilled he was, and I realized I had him all wrong, and I was the cynical one. Now I love listening to him, and his voice helps me sleep. I saved that comment, because that got a smile out of me. I probably technically have better comments somewhere, but that one's always stuck out for me. You know what? Can I share another one? Do you mind? I gotta remember where I saved that. I think I know. I think I know where I did it. It should be... Oh, hang on. I gotta find it. They do! I try to remember that the internet is not just people that are, you know, internet. There it is. So, I'm just going to tell you... Well, hang on. See if you can guess... Love me some MTG. See if you can guess what video this is a comment on. I really appreciate that you did these. I watched the original show and movie back in the 80s as a child, and now my daughters are old enough to watch past the animation and dissect the hows and whys of the show. And your rumination is a wonderful way for us to engage in conversation and apply what we see to what we do in our own lives. It actually has helped us to get closer, so thank you. Truly enjoy your perspective and appreciate this. Hope you continue to heal and get feeling better soon. That's it. See, I figured someone would be like, Star Trek, but no. My Little Pony is correct. This was during the MLP Streaminations. Was when I got that comment. Wonderful show. I can't gush enough about it. Okay. Yeah, there was an MLP in the 80s. Gen 2? Because I think Gen 1 was 70s. I don't remember. MLP has had a few the one we mean when we say MLP is Gen 4. Okay, Gen 1 was apparently 80s. My bad. Okay, yeah, so let me go ahead and... Latario says, rate these food joints by my favorite to least favorite. Okay. Burger King, Wendy's, McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken. There you go, in that order. Latario says, what do you think of the original Care Bears show? No Heart is a character I've remembered for so long that I actually have a character in the extant called No Heart based on him. Judith Joker says, are you familiar with tithing? I mean, the concept, yeah, but that feels like you're asking about something specific. Valerian says, would your personal hell be locked in a room? Oh, actually, I already answered that. Walker says, how can I participate in streaminations? So, I thought about it, Czar, but I decided not to. I did get a lot of hate comments, I'm not going to lie, but, So, streaminations, generally speaking, are going to be every Saturday morning, once we actually start those up again. What's going to happen is I'm going to wake up Saturday morning, watch the episode in question, and then go live immediately as soon as the episode quits. Usually at about 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's going to be the approach and style. You show up there, you can comment live. A lot of viewers like to either watch the episode like when I'm watching it, or watch the episode the day before. Good night, TSB, get some good rest. So that's how you participate. Valerian says, Laura, I know you've read a lot in the past, but do you ever wish you had more time for books or reading nowadays? Would you believe no? I know that sounds so strange. I've never missed reading. I love interactive medium, and I love visual storytelling, so I've kind of just drifted out of reading, that is to say, even writing a little bit entirely. In a war of lemons against limes, which side do you take? Limes for life. Latar says, what if COVID never happened? How would my life be affected? I feel like... So obviously we've had a lot of knock-on and domino effects from COVID. That would affect everybody. So it would affect me in the same way as it affects everybody. But I was never actually personally impacted by COVID. So I don't really know how to deal with that. You can whisper me on Twitch, Boster. I can't respond to you, but you can whisper me. Seriously, I can't send whispers on Twitch. It's really, really stupid. Let's see here. ISE says, I have studied economics. What is something I've learned that people who didn't should know? Money is a measuring stick, not an actual thing. Money is a measurement, a way of saying how valuable a particular product or service is. And I think that that is a baseboard for a lot of other understanding of how economic transactions can work, both on the macro scale and on the micro scale. That's the big one. Other than that, just some basic ground level stuff. No! How could you? Didn't think that was you at first. Anyways. Latario says, if I was given proof that humans do not have free will, would I accept it or be in denial about it? I would totally be in denial about it. But again, and we've already talked about this, it doesn't really care or matter. It doesn't affect anything. However, immediate suicide. All right, so Kay says, what would happen to a politician who accepts lobby money and proceeds to do whatever they think is right against their donors' wishes? They would get less lobby money. That's actually, that's kind of it. If you prove... So, okay, let me use... This is going to sound like a weird analogy, but bear with me, Kay. Let's say you are IGN. Congratulations. You're the worst game reviewers alive. And you are like, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get this thing. And someone's like, hey, I want to pay you money, or I'm going to... Usually they don't actually give you bribes. They have other methods of it. But let's assume for a moment that you are offered payment, a bribe, in order to give something a big review, a good review. You're like, cool. You accept the bribe, and then you give a crap review. That, they're never going to reach out to you again. You're never going to get free codes again. They're not going to, they're going to restrict the early access copies, and they're probably going to diminish whether or not they quote you and your reviews on the boxes or in their own press releases in the future. They're going to just kind of push you out because you have proven that you're not willing to play a game. Make sense? So that's most likely what would happen there. Now that's assuming there's no changes to the existing lobbying system, which, as I already mentioned, is kind of broken. Ross says, "You suck and I hate you. Say something good about the U.S." Now, I actually thought about this during the lunch break. What possible controversy is going on Jesse right now? Either way, no. So when I was thinking about this during the lunch break, what I was thinking about it in was the mentality of think something positive about the U.S. that is exclusive to the U.S. And I couldn't come up with anything, but then I realized that's probably because most good and bad things about the U.S. are also true everywhere else. So I said, okay, just name some good things about the U.S. Okay. So I've decided to give you one good thing about the U.S., Ross. You ready for this? One. You get one. Is Ross even there? I don't think Ross is there right now. Maybe I should save that one until Ross comes back. Just realized. Maybe I should wait until Ross comes back. I'll move on. Oh, Ross is there. People. I've met thousands upon thousands of people in my life, and the ridiculous majority of them are cool, legit, decent folk. I talk about some negative people in my life, but they are absolutely the exception. Most of the people in the United States are just people. And I've lived all over the place, too. I've lived on the West Coast, I've lived in the Midwest, I've lived on the South, and I've lived on the East Coast. Oh, yeah. That's my answer to you. I will also say, and I mean this sincerely, food. Everyone likes to make fun of the stereotype of big, fatty food, but actually, what the United States is probably better known for when it comes to food is variety. We have everything here. We have all kinds of food from the entire planet. And there's a decent chance if you live in even a moderate-sized metro area, you probably have access to a huge variety of cuisines. Anyways. Judo Joker says, "What are some trigger words that make me realize the person I'm talking to has no idea what they're talking about?" So something I've kind of gotten good at watching is when people use the exact same phrase to describe something that other people have. I actually try to check myself about that too, because I've fallen into that trap as well. When we just repeat what someone else has said without really understanding what we're saying, it tends to mean we don't really know what we're talking about. And again, I lump myself in that as well. I agree with that, WoW TMT. I think I've mentioned this before. Several years ago, I kind of fell into... I fell in love with? I don't know how better to put that. Local places, right? Mom and pop shops. And then COVID hit and wiped out half of them. But half is probably an exaggeration, but still. Local places tend to have the really good food, in my opinion. And again, big variety. Roman Cure says, "What if something comes into the room and you suddenly believe that they are omnipotent? And they tell me they're omnipotent. Would that be convincing that they're omnipotent?" Probably not, no. Digital Vol says, "Same question in reverse." Wait, which question? This is the problem with being an hour out of date on the queue. Oh my god, it's late. Okay, hang on. Lataria says, who would win between Return of the Jedi... what? Oh, who would win between the end of Return of the Jedi, Luke, and end of Return of Force Unleashed, Starkiller, Luke? Because Starkiller, first of all, is a PC, but second of all, is just... has a crutch of the Force, and Luke's biggest skill is the fact that he can use other things. So there you go. Valerian says, "Have you seen the new Babylon 5 anime movie?" No. Mr. Red says, did we live in a simulation? Conspiracies exist before the Matrix? Actually, yes. Latario says, if superpowers were real, what is the upper limit to you saying that you would need to be... Hang on. What is the upper limit to you saying that they need to be neutralized in terms of power? Would I be willing to accept Dr. Manhattan running around doing this thing? No. But, I would say... Yeah, Luke also has more experience. I would say that anything above being able to flex your elbow the other direction should be immediately killed. Fringe philosophers... I don't know. I don't know, Latario. I'm going to start rapid firing this a little bit because I didn't realize it was this late, and I don't want questions left over after Polemic Day. I got StarCraft to play tomorrow. And immediately after beating Vader, Pastor Muppet, which is exactly as ridiculous as it sounds. What are my thoughts on NASA saying they've destroyed the tech to take us to the moon? I hadn't heard about that, actually. I would say that we certainly have the resources and technology to be able to start over again on that, and just not a lot of interest and reason to do that, but I'm not sure why they would have done that, so... Why didn't the folks at CSI just ask people who have expertise, and instead of blah, blah, blah? So, because it's a lot easier and quicker to just say, and write your own thing, rather than hire someone and have them give you really boring answers to things you don't really care about. It's the same reason most of fiction doesn't actually use consultants, even though there are literally consultants in Hollywood. Lunarith says, somehow this discussion of destructive media reminds me of the Squid Game. Do you see that, Laura? No, actually I have not. Although I am familiar with it, and the first twist, and the second twist. Roman Cure says, would you say reverse fascism? Excuse me, nope. Reverse racism. That got mangled. Is a thing. Racism is racism. It doesn't matter what direction it's going. So, yes. Valerian says, do you believe that we should allow billionaires to exist? No. That we should allow billionaires to exist, but ramp up tax rates, so it's hard to do so. No, there's going to be too many ways to get around that. Or some other secret thing. Yes. I don't actually... The real problem with billionaires is that the system as is currently in place is designed to make billionaires happen. That's been true for a long time, too. That's nothing new. So, that. If the system was structured and restructured, billionaires arguably shouldn't even be possible. Latario says, what if they don't accept your apology about misunderstanding between racing and racism? Well, then I've lost a friend. Moving on. I don't have time for regrets. Latario says, if you could give the real world a setting name, like Dragon Age or Star Trek, what would you call it? War World. LeKay says, do you do this day because you like to or as a concession? For context, I just came here to hang out. I think politics and controversy just ruin it. Well, no, this is something that's kind of like a little vent, a sieve, not for me, but for everybody else. I know lots of people show up for these streams. I can literally show you the viewing figures. And I know that a lot of people specifically show up because of the fact that it's Polemic Day, that they hold on to these thoughts and questions until today. It's probably why it's 3 hours into my second stream today, and I'm still got 10 pages of the frickin' queue left. So, no, I don't just do it as a concession. Roman Cure says, I've noticed that capitalist mindset is very good at growing new businesses and their potential, but they don't stop when their business grows to its max stable size, instead turning to penny pinching and selling the walls for short-term returns. Nice analogy. Do you think that it would be feasible to create a system that would kind of take over at the max point size and keep the business stable? I am secretly a pumpkin. I only wear this shirt once a year. How often do I do Polemic Days? Once a year. Do I think it would be feasible to create a system that would take over at a business size to keep the business stable? Yeah. I think that's actually easy to do, to be completely honest with you. There are large-scale companies out there, at least even if we just keep ourselves within the gaming industry, that are not publicly traded. And I know I hate to keep pointing to the investment cycle, but it's worth noting that a lot of companies that don't go public tend to have a much better job of not falling into the infinite growth mindset. So they just kind of sit there. Yeah, Larian is a perfect example of a game that for a game that just came out this year. They're not publicly traded. There's others too. Yeah, shareholders want growth. That's the problem. Shareholders demand growth. And there's all kinds of additional legalities and rules that come in when you go public, which quite literally mandate growth. I've talked about this before when we were talking about Lore Week back in the day. Board members, it is their job to make growth happen. Board members can be removed and fired if they are not pushing growth. Note that I keep saying growth, not profit. Because growth is different. So yeah, I think that's my answer to you. Lotario says, do people at gaming conventions really smell as bad as they say? No. I've been to several. That's an exaggeration. It is an issue, but it's not an epidemic issue. Valerian says, should convicted felons who have completed their sentence be allowed to vote without any hurdles or obstacles? Yes. Should people currently in prison be allowed to vote? That's actually a little trickier. I would say, with the current jail and prison system we have in place, no. If we have a better jail and prison system in place, which is more focused on rehabilitation, yes. But that's a big gap. And regardless of the answer for 2, should prisoners count towards an area's population in terms of appointment of legislative districts and government funding, as is the current system? No. Jail farming and prison farming is a real problem, and it is directly because of what you just mentioned. I don't feel like they need to explain this, but just to say this very clearly in case you missed that. Jails and prisons here in real life, not all of them, it depends on the area, have financial benefits for having more people in their jail at a time. Please think about that. Experiment says, is war ever justified? Yes. There are plenty of examples of where war is a justifiable thing. What do I think about Ted Cruz? I try not to. Is there any real-life basis to the hate makes you powerful? No. Would a Mega Man platform that lets you shoot up and down be a plus? Probably not a plus by itself. Depends on what they do with it. We can also ask Mega Man and Bass about that one. I believe you, Bragman. Lotario says, why do so many history fans have this hard-on for the Byzantine Empire? They actually have an objective answer to that. So the Byzantine Empire is an era where we uniquely have a lot of documentation about it. So we actually know a decent amount about what was happening during the Byzantine Empire's reign, most especially Justinian. So because of that, it's like, if you look at history and you look at how much knowledge we have from the history, it's like this, and then it hits the Byzantine Empire, and then it goes back down to normal. That's why. Yep, Justinian and Theodora, that particular era. Oh my god, Bragwin. I just want you to know, you literally made me throw up a little bit in my throat. Yeah, okay. What empire would I compare to the Galactic Empire? I assume you mean in real life. Obviously the British Empire. I mean, come on, that's their accent. It's literally called the Imperial accent. I don't know. Latar says, where does the Sith code... Where does this line, peace is a lie, there's only passion, rank on the D&D morality chart? Not applicable, I think. The D&D alignment chart has to do with focusing on evil or good, and then orderly or chaotic. It has nothing to do with peace or passion or anything like that. Ganas says, have I ever heard of the Dark Forest theory? Yes, that actually came up recently. I think it was during the StarCraft stream. What are my thoughts on it? Oh, jeez. How do I summarize? Correct, Lotario. It's one of the reasons why Rome tends to be pretty high up on the list, too, because we actually have a lot of information about Rome. And when I say Rome, I mean all the Romes. I don't think I could summarize any thoughts about the Dark Forest theory. It is certainly terrifying. Oh, then chaotic good, obviously, Lotario. I obviously have no particular belief in it. I don't think the Dark Forest theory is correct. I've said it before. I don't think alien life that matters exists. Kay says Hans Gruber versus Hans Landa. Who's Hans Landa? Hans Landa. I'm gonna regret Googling this, aren't I? Oh, you know I haven't seen that movie, okay? I recognize the film, but I haven't seen it. I already answered that question. Sean says, Jim Shooter. Hey, there's someone I've actually looked into. Was the executive-in-chief of Marvel from 79 to 87. During his tenure, he pushed for creator royalties and healthcare benefits, and that's why people wanted him gone. He was also a My Way or the Highway boss, which is why the creators want him gone. Was he right? Yeah, I think he actually was. I think I've gotten a lot of flack for this opinion for many years. But the more I have studied Jim Shooter, and I have actually studied the fall of the comic book era and the near self-destruction of the comic book era thanks to the speculative bubble, and I do absolutely think that Jim Shooter was more right than he was wrong. And that's probably part of why everybody wanted to get rid of him, as you just mentioned. One of the more commonly known things is that if someone in power wants to do something that will fix a situation to the short-term detriment of the people who will benefit from that fixing, they tend to be very unpopular. It's one of the most common reasons why most politicians will never vote for something that they know is going to fix things long-term, because they're going to get shouted out of office if they go with that. It's going to kill their career and possibly not even go through. Like, they may be booted out of office before they can even implement the change. Similar concept. Malachor said, should United States people pay reparations for such things? Let's attach ourselves to that word, should. Should they? Is it mandatory for them to? No, I would never make any kind of legal requirement for that. Absolutely not. However, should there be some kind of vehicle and mechanism in play for people to do that if they want to? Some way for them to say, here, my family wronged yours 80 years ago or 90 years or whatever, and then you could give them some reparations of your own volition? Yeah, absolutely. As we mentioned earlier with regards to trans rights, if you legally mandate that you walk up and give a trans person a hug, as I used kind of jokingly, all that's going to do is breed some degree of resentment. One moment. Let's assume there's a spirit intent on making the world afraid. All this talk of World War III and fears from dying. What would be your assumption as to why someone would want to make the world afraid? Malice would be my first thought. Maybe a bit of pettiness, vindictiveness. I would also lean towards the idea of what we call the out-of-context problem. Whatever they care about is not what we care about. Therefore, they are outside of the system and have greater control over it. We've talked about this very recently because that comes up twice in StarCraft, so that's actually something we just talked about. I would also agree with control, but that's part of what I just mentioned. Out-of-context problem. Is Colonel Sanders the funniest game? Yes. Evo says, have I ever felt embarrassment for no reason while streaming? No, I feel embarrassed all the time for very good reasons while streaming. Did I need to overcome anxiety when I was first starting my streaming career? No, but that's mostly because of the fact that I kind of was lucky. I've been acting on stage in theaters and in schools and stuff like that since, like, 4th grade, I want to say. So, I'm pretty used to being on stage, literally or metaphorically. Bamber says, do you agree that if people didn't have to work for money, no work would get done and society would collapse? Absolutely not. I don't know percentages, but I do not believe that people have to be forced to work to accomplish things, that is to say. I feel like there's enough people who have enough motivation to do enough things to keep things rolling, even if, you just kind of erased certain aspects of compensation for that. Having said that, I think that just getting rid of all money and all compensation is probably not really the answer either. See my version of our Trek for a good example of how to find a middle ground on that. Kay says, Sauron versus Gowron. Sauron has the One Ring, Gowron has a Disruptor. Gowron. I'm not actually joking, by the way. Sauron is a dude with, like, some extra strength and a couple of, like, spells. Gowron has a Disruptor. Golvag says, If you're trapped on a spaceship... I'm not joking, okay? If you're trapped on a spaceship... Glory to you and to your ring. You're trapped on a spaceship. Which important crew member would I rather be incapable of empathy? Well, the obvious answer is none, but hang on a second. The ship's counselor. No, okay, that's a meme answer. That's a meme answer. So I have to pick one person. He would, Blade Tavol. Destroy it, Gowron. No. And he does the eye thing. Cast it into the fire. The Prime Directive Political Officer. Ah! No! Someone incapable of empathy. And I have to pick someone, and they have to be... But I don't know, Golvag. I guess the obvious answer is like targeting officer, but even that doesn't work. Right? Because in that case, they'll just kill people. And Star Trek ships are capable of... I guess this is trapped in a spaceship. That's not Star Trek. Sorry, I was assuming this is Star Trek. So it's any sci-fi setting. I've got it. The red shirt. The person whose job it is to die to prove that the situation is serious. Boom! They're dead. Alright, cool. So, Game Geek says... had a donation for the new MLP series last month. Did I say to avoid it? No, actually. I remember that donation. I'm going to write down a note right now. I'm not going to look it up right now because I'm kind of running low on time. But I'm going to go try to figure out what the hell happened with that. Because it should be there. Might have fallen through the cracks. We had a glitch a couple weeks ago, which was my fault. And nobody else's. I'm actually going to check something right now really quick here. No, I don't see it on the list. Wow. Whatever. I'll fix it later. Latario says, did you ever buy the hype about XR Kun, about him being stronger than Sidious? No. Latario says, what if Superman features in a comic book, movie, or show? What Superman feat in a comic book, movie, or show sticks out to me the most? Moving a planet in the Imperiac storyline. Eterna says, if you had a choice... if I had a choice to do research and development into a way of generating energy to solve the world's problem, what energy source would I choose? Something known or science fiction based? I would honestly lean towards something more science fiction based out of ignorance. So what I would probably do is be like, all right, what's possible? And then I'm like, blah. And I'm like, okay. But, you know, working towards something that is going to actually be, again, the step up from nuclear would be my job, I think. What's my opinion on Napoleon? Massive egoist, competent military tactician, good, very charismatic, very good at keeping his PR team on display, horrifically evil person, and let's see, what else? Good artillerist, I think, and big ego. Yeah, Tiberium. Let's get Tiberium going. Eva says, what Canadian dish would I like to try? There's Canadian dishes? I thought there's just poutine up there. Latario says, how far down is the Bahamas on list of places you'd like to visit? Hot and humid? No, thank you. So, very, 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 very far down. Sub-Zero says, do I think those antitrust cases to split up Google and Amazon will lead anywhere? No. Sean says, can porn be art? Yes. Can art be porn? Yes. Evo says, do I think real art is made more or less by the existence of AI art? Less, like objectively and demonstrably. Like, we've got some noise, sample-to-noise ratio problem going on. Does it matter on a philosophical level? Probably not. This is more of a pragmatic, everyday kind of a problem. Like, why bother to hire a fancy artist to do your thing or get people... Like, I mean, there's an entire industry that grew up over the last 20 years over selling fan art online. There are massive platforms that people can use in order to draw custom stuff, just for, like, characters or for animes or for cosplay or whatever. And it's so much easier to just pull up a freaking AI bot, and it's cheaper too, and say, hey, make this. So that's a problem, but philosophically, no. Fulgrim says, in my opinion, what was the best expansion to start playing WoW? Cataclysm. No question. That's an easy one. Latario says, what are my hopes for the eventual Wrath of the Righteous stream? Hopes? Hopes. That we get through it as quickly as humanly possible. Nope, that's an unfair hope. Because that's not going to happen. That's going to be a long-ass stream. My biggest hope from that stream is that people will like it, I think, is where I'm going to go with that. Do I have high expectations? Not really, but I don't have low expectations either. It's just, that's off the radar for me. Zach Teff said, I think there's a correct way to portray people from other countries in games like Resident Evil. Yeah, it's doing a little bit of research. Sub-Zero says, do you watch Black Mirror? No, but I'm familiar with it. Walker says, is suicide a bad thing? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and admit something controversial, but I've admitted it before, so this is nothing new. I do think that the right to suicide should exist. However, I do also think that there needs to be layers in before that. Imagine if you had the ability to, for example, go to an actual good therapist and say, like, hey, I am suicidal. Talk with them, work things out, try to figure out where the source of it is, blah, blah, blah. And if the therapist then essentially greenlights them and says, yeah, sure, go ahead and kill them, then they have a clean, safe, painless way to... because most people who are already suicidal either don't really have someone to go through for help or don't have the money to go get help for that, and are probably just going to try to kill themselves anyways. And if they do then try to kill themselves, it's going to be messy, bloody, horrible, and they might survive. So all of that's a mess. Also gives you some room for closure. I do think, this sounds horrible, I do think part of the problem is there's a lot of stigma against suicide. And I know that sounds strange to say it that way, but let me put it to you this way. Let's say you're having suicidal thoughts. Do you admit that to your friends and family? I know people, not myself, who have refused to talk about themselves being suicidal to close people because they were afraid to, or because it would change the nature of how they interacted with them, or because they were scared of being thrown into like a loony bin, metaphorically or literally, depending on the era in which this was happening. And so generally they just kind of stay quiet about it, which almost always kind of makes things worse. And yeah, sometimes people don't want to hear it. Sometimes they've got their own problems. There's a whole thing here. So again, there needs to be that support structure of, here's the suicide people that you go to. It's like, hey. Anyways, so that stigma doesn't help is what I'm trying to say. On the flip side of that, I suppose I just said a whole lot of things in favor of suicide. Let me go ahead and admit that the other side of that is that if you then kill yourself, you're gone. Like the aforementioned capital offense thing. If anything would ever change your mind in the future to make you want to live, that's not going to happen because you're dead. So this is why I think that support network is actually the most important thing to focus on when it comes to something like that. Oni says, if I was to do a proper sequel to Mass Effect 3, what would the galactic status quo look like? I've actually talked about this before. What I would do, the intergalactic community is gone. Everyone has their local FTL, which, for those of you familiar with Mass Effect, you probably know there's actually multiple layers of FTL when it comes to Mass Effect. Oh, my neck. So they would be able to interact with like local systems, nearby systems, and like probably within their cluster. But like each area would kind of become its own little nation because there's no jumping across the galaxy anymore, right? So what I would do is I would focus on Mass Effect 5 being like one specific area, one cluster or one sector, right? And they have FTL there. It's not super fast, but it is, inter-system kind of a thing. And zoom the camera in and really deal with the consequences of what has happened at the end of Mass Effect 3 and blah, blah, blah. That's the direction I would go with that. I know that's an answer I give for a lot of things, but it's because I feel like it suits a lot of things. When you have a big, massive, big, massive conclusory thing, the most logical way to go is to bring things down a little bit rather than pull it right back up or try to escalate, right? So, yeah, I think that Mass Effect 5 should be a little bit more of a breather episode and zoom in the camera a bit more. Maybe have the overriding central plot be about trying to either fix the relays or make their own relays or whatever, right? Reconnect with the other quadrants, with the other regions, something like that. Thoughts on designer babies? Okay. So you know how some things are perfectly okay until you think about them becoming standardized? We've actually talked about this before because that's how cybernetics tends to work. Once cybernetics become readily available to most people, they sort of become mandatory, right? So, am I okay with genetic engineering with regards to babies? Within reason, yeah, actually. But the moment that becomes normal, I mean, have you seen Gattaca? A surprisingly boring, excellent film. I recommend it. But no, like that concept, it exists for a reason. The moment something becomes standardized is the moment it becomes, something. The moment becomes something normalized is the moment it becomes standardized, and so now it's like, well, okay. It is a little dystopian. It's kind of a light dystopia, if that makes any sense. But it is still a dystopia, absolutely. Yeah, you get it, Just Rob TV. It's like, because I am in favor of it conceptually. So I guess what I would say, let me put it to you this way, Eternus. No, it's not an uncomfortable question. It's more like this. I would say that designer babies here and now in real life, no, we're not there. We're not there societally, we're not there economically, we're not there in terms of our people structure, in terms of our literal maturity as a species. Let's assume we're in Star Trek. You know, TNG era Star Trek. Designer babies? Sure. I have physical defects in my body that I would like to ensure that a child I have never have to suffer, right? That's an easy thing to understand. You know? Yeah, exactly. There are genetic diseases that we know about that we, hypothetically, assuming we were at that level of advancement, could fix. Absolutely. 100%. Past that, Latar says, have I ever banned a streamer live? Rax, you're banned! Okay, there we go. Did it. Right there. Got in at the wire. Favorite U.S. president? It's always Lincoln or Washington. Those are the only two options. That's it. That's the options. Follow-up option would probably be Teddy. Eisenhower's a weird one. I don't think I'd put him at the top. FDR is also kind of a weird one, to be honest with you. Kennedy's strange. Because when I was younger, I was told that Kennedy was a terrible president. Almost entirely because of Kennedy's... his... how do I say this as nicely as possible? His extremely evil family. There we go. I think that's a nice way to say that. And so I was raised on the idea that Kennedy himself was also evil because his family was evil. Yeah, the Kennedy dynasty is messed up, if you've never looked into it. But when I was older and started kind of looking into history stuff on my own, Kennedy himself was actually not particularly bad. And he knew how to handle several different types of situations and several different types of circumstances. Yes, I have, Rex. And he... I don't know. He's an interesting topic to talk about. Unfortunately, I do agree with the overall thing that was just mentioned in chat. Kennedy left the office a little bit too early to really gauge him as a president. we do have several. We actually have a fairly large amount of information at this point historically of some of the stuff he did in office. Like some case files have been opened by the time we're at now, and that does kind of that kind of changed my opinion on several things there. Yeah, the Cuban Missile Crisis is actually a pretty good example. We know a lot about that. Absolutely, Experiment. I hope you've been enjoying. Let's not talk about Wilson. Fucking Wilson. God dang it, man. He's not the worst president ever, but we all know who the worst president ever was. And I know what you're thinking. And no, it's not someone who was born this century. Oh, man. Johnson was pretty bad. Jackson wasn't exactly great. But no, the answer is Buchanan. I'm sorry, there's no arguing this. Buchanan was so bad. Oh my God. Have you ever studied Buchanan? The man was a combination of not a good person and horrifically incompetent. Like, just hilariously incompetent. Like, whatever you think of more modern presidents, which is like about 200 years at this point, or I guess 100 years at this point, 150 years, whatever. Buchanan was just, wow. Hang on, so that's going to FF7 R1, FF7 R2, and the B RPG block. Thank you very, very much, DirectD. Always appreciate. Yeah, I mean this with sincerity. If you ever want to have a laugh, look up the career of frickin' Buchanan. He is just so bad. Okay, so what were the things that Reagan did that were so bad? Oh, Jesus. Okay, so rather than give you specifics, because it's already after my cutoff time for stream today, let's go ahead and do two broad categories of things that Reagan did wrong. The first was that he was hilariously wrong about large-scale concepts that he had no idea what he was talking about. Yeah, Reaganomics is a good example of this. Imagine if right now I was put in charge of system flight dynamics. I don't know system flight dynamics. I don't know nuclear power. There's a lot of things I don't know. That's kind of the problem. Reagan was kind of put in charge of several large-scale concepts and had abso-frickin-lutely no idea what he was doing, but he also really worked to push that. Like, if you don't know, there's not really any shame in admitting you don't know. Good night, Little Moss. Reagan did not admit he didn't know. He took action. This leads neatly into giant category number 2. He was a rubber stamp president in many ways. He was absolutely perfectly okay with just letting people do whatever the hell they wanted. He would just be like, boop, done. Boop, done. He's just got the rubber stamp right there. Blunk. You got it. And a large number of private interest sector groups and otherwise unpleasant people pushed a lot of crap through his administration. It's one of the reasons why I try to make that point that the Reagan administration was the real problem there, because the amount of crap that got ratified in ways that are hard to undo during the Reagan administration that we are still today suffering from the effects of is huge. And I once again say this without hyperbole, I am still periodically discovering aspects of life that are a consequence of stuff that happened during the Reagan administration. Lataria says, what RPG custom character that I created that I'll never forget? Well, the meme answer is Zaydenra, because Mass Effect and my career. But I suppose if I had to pick one RPG custom character I created that I'll never forget, I'll actually probably go with Zemus, which was my Argonian for the very first time I played, or first time I did a full playthrough of Morrowind. Oh, I don't even want to get into that, Amelia Clark's eyebrows, but you are absolutely correct. There are figures on how many people were directly impacted by that. It's not a small number. Thank you very, very much, Doom Rider. Always appreciate your support. And if you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Oh, my back. Okay. Yeah, Reagan has done so much. Oh my god. Okay, where was I? What makes people think California is a progressive state? Because they tend to vote blue in presidential elections. That's actually the answer right there in a nutshell. Thoughts on the FF10 audio drama? Hang on. Okay. Okay. Wait. Okay. I'm good. Kardashian Stream Nation. Okay. We're good. If I had the ability to delete one thing from reality, what would I eliminate? Rape. If I could eliminate that as a concept, just like that, so it could never happen ever again, I would do that without hesitation. Weirdly enough, I was actually thinking about this just last night. So just boom, gone. Will never happen anywhere to anyone for any reason ever again. It's just gone. There are other picks. There's actually a lot of picks for that, but that's the first one that comes to my mind. Lotario says, which medieval king would you say was actually a decent person? By several accounts, Henry VIII was decent before his accident. So I'm actually going to go with that one. I think that's probably one of the better answers I could give there. Nuclear bomb. Until I'm done, experiment, please stop adding questions to the queue. All right, so Colgrim says electoral college votes or majority of the people to choose the president. So the electoral college, I'm going to say this as nicely as I can, has absolutely no reason to exist anymore. It did have a fundamental purpose in existing 200 years ago. It doesn't anymore. So once we nuke the electoral college, then we now, there's a lot of artifact design in our voting systems here in the United States. I would also say that changing the way voting works in general would be good. We don't need to be a first past the post system. That is a terrible, it is literally the worst voting method that exists, is first past the post, from actual voting methods. So get rid of that. Sub-Zero says, what do you think of privacy getting more and more outlawed? France banning encryption and VPNs. Really? The EU trying to ban E2EE and protect the children laws in the US. The privacy versus freedom argument is an old one. We've actually talked about this extremely recently because it came up during StarCraft 2. I admit I tend to lean more freedom than security of that particular argument, if given a choice on the matter. Yeah, it's an extraordinarily old argument. I am, to put it very, very simply, I would prefer 9 guilty people go free than 9 innocent people be punished, for those of you familiar with the comparison. It's a bit of a thought exercise. And those two things are diametrically opposed, so you have to pick one of those. So, having said all of that, I'm not a huge fan of it, but I will also have to admit that privacy is kind of already gone as a concept in many ways for any kind of developed country. Obviously, there's no real reason to use or abuse the existing system, but I should probably mention, oh god, exterminatus! I should probably mention that if someone in power or in authority wanted to find me with sufficient motivation, then they would. They would find me probably in minutes. Like, we currently now exist in a technological state in which privacy isn't really here anymore, at least in developed countries. So that's not great. But what can you do about it at this point? I guess is my answer to I do admit I am really big on privacy, but because I'm a very private person. But I also have to kind of acknowledge there's not really much I can do about it because if nothing else, I have a phone right here, a webcam right there, a microphone right there, right? Remember this part of the song? Hang on. We've been listening to this one song for 2.5 hours. All right, let's skip up here. There are ways to go off the grid. I have no particular interest in bothering with the amount of effort that would take, so that's why I don't. Okay. Do I think that Star Trek Strange New Worlds should follow established continuity, or I think it's possible to write a good story where that doesn't happen and everyone's still happy? I mean, they have absolutely plenty of ways to either do a branching storyline, because this is Star Trek and multiple timelines exist, or to do an Elseworlds. So yeah, I absolutely think that there's plenty of ways they could write a good story that way. I know, Goldvine. I know. Top 5 candies? Sour? Chocolate plus fruit? Chocolate plus caramel? Chocolate plus more fruit? And donuts. What do I think of the Warcraft live-action film? The humans sucked, for the most part, except for Khadgar. I loved pretty much all the orcs. Lilima says, oh no, Lola Moss asks for this. It's Dive. Dive is his name. D-I-V-E. How do I hide myself online if I want to start streaming? Okay, so you need to be aware of anything that has your name or address or anything like that around you. You need to make sure that people who physically exist around you know that you stream and that they cannot or should not use your name in any way around it. You either give vague hints to where you live or you give no hints whatsoever to where you live. Probably try to make it so they can't actually see like what time of day it is where you're at. Like there's no windows behind you, stuff like that. Like, for example, you all know I live in the South, but you don't even know what state I live in. And I try to, like, not talk about that all that much. So, these are some very vague general answers for how to deal with something like that. Walker says, ETA on the set being finished. So, it never will be, is the short answer to that. So, the next set, who knows? Colgrim says, you are in your home alone. Fire breaks out and you need to evacuate. What's the one thing you grab? I have a box. It's right there. And that has all my super, mega, ultra valuable stuff in it. That's the thing I grab. And then Frostborn. Latario says, in Baldur's Gate 3, what's my favorite song? I don't remember any music from Baldur's Gate 3's. GameBeak says, do you delve into sports simulation or sports games? Not as much as I used to. I really feel like... It's a good question, by the way. I really feel... the pick one thing. I feel like sports games have more room to grow as games. I've seen a few examples of this. Golf Story is actually an excellent example of a sports RPG. And we had that a FIFA game a few years ago. So, you know, like I said, there's several examples. It's a horrifying song, just Rob. There's several examples of genres that I feel like they could do more with, and they just kind of don't. They used to. Back in the 90s, ironically, EA used to be really good about producing and pushing out random, just fun sports games that were sports plus other gimmick, right? Hasn't really done a lot of that since. So I guess that's my answer to that. I'm not really into sports games because just straight sports just isn't quite as interesting as it could be. What Eleazar says, what's my opinion of One More Day? Okay. Latario says, remember the scene in Dark Knight when the Joker dared Batman to hit him? Do you know anyone who has the courage to stand there without even flinching? That's not courage. That's someone who's crazy. Nevertheless, do I know anyone with the courage to do that? No. Do I think anything will come from the Trump criminal trials? No. Just Rob TV says, if you can only watch one movie for the rest of time, what's it going to be? If we're counting the Lord of the Rings trilogy as one movie, it would be the Lord of the Rings trilogy. If I have to pick one, then it'll be Return to the King. Disco says, any under-discussed historical bastard I know about? Yes, hang on a second. I can't remember his damn name. Which is funny. I know, Rex. It was just such a mess. Cesare Borgia. No. I think it's Ed McMahon. Nope, that's not him. What is his freaking name? WWF. Vince McMahon. That's why I was confused. Vince McMahon. Disgusting human being. And almost no one who isn't... So basically, just about any WWF fan hates him, like, universally, right? But not a lot of people really talk about him or know just how awful of a human being that guy is. Or I guess was. How do I feel about having guest commenters every now and again? It's cool, but I'm really, really picky about it. And honestly, even more now than I used to be. There's a really small list of people I trust to be on my streams. There are a few. Rax, for example. What's my opinion of All-Star Superman, the character? I don't remember anything about his character in particular. What comic book story do I enjoy the most that people hate? Age of Apocalypse. What are my thoughts on the Supreme Court? Which one? But I know what you mean. You mean the National Supreme Court. Yeah, I hope Lord Load is doing okay. I haven't talked to him in like 9 months. Not on purpose. Just he kind of started ignoring me, so I kind of let him... You know, if someone just stops talking to me, I sort of automatically assume that they want to stop talking to me. So I just kind of leave them be. Yeah, you got to be here for the entire Kingdom Hearts block, Rex. The whole thing. I expect you to be doing full commentary the entire time. Oh, by the way, just to say this out loud, haters gonna hate. Rax is a great co-commenter. Just saying. In fact, I have a thing about that. Anyways. Hi, Reggie. Sub-Zero says... Oh, actually, I skipped over that question. Sorry. What are my thoughts on the United States Supreme Court? I don't think that there is a currently existing good solution for a court system that can exist. The Supreme Court could be worse. The federal Supreme Court could be worse. I have to keep saying that. Not a lot of people know there's actually multiple Supreme Courts in the United States. The federal Supreme Court could be worse, but it should be a hell of a lot better, too. And because of the lifetime appointment, and more specifically because of how those appointments work, it's easy to stack the deck. And that is exactly what's happened, actually. Not to get too much into it, but the better part of the last, 13 years, I think, at this point, the Republican Party here in the United States has been stacking the deck with regards to the federal Supreme Court in order to try and effect long-term change in their favor. So, that's not great. And that gets back into what I've talked about before. Yeah, there's state Supreme Courts and there's the National Supreme Court. I think there's actually another one. They have had some success on that front. And that's the problem, is because the federal Supreme Court is supposed to, functionally be the highest tier. On purpose. It's supposed to be the oversight. It's supposed to be who watches the watchers. Which is a concept I'm kind of in favor of. You know, the Supreme Court, the federal Supreme Court, can affect a tremendous amount of change on a national level. But that's a scary thing for the exact same reason that it is useful. Yeah, the problem is the Supreme Court is by design supposed to be apolitical. In fact, and some credit where credit is due, the system of the Supreme Court is designed to be apolitical. It just isn't. By the way, Doom Rider, I never saw what you wanted to put that donation towards earlier. Sure, Ginger Ninja. I'll allow that. No Man's and Sky. Thank you for the sub, Ginger Ninja. Always. You got it, Doom Rider. Thank you. Do I think the United States will become a megalopolis? If that's going to happen, that's not going to happen for literal centuries. I hate to reiterate this, but we have an insane amount of empty space in the United States. When I say empty space, I mean space we're not doing anything with. We obviously have huge, like, gigantic tracts of, huge tracts of farmland, and also, like, mining areas and consortiums and stuff allocated to reserves and all that, but then you've got the other gabrillion miles of everything in between. There is a lot of empty land in the United States. So it would take a very long time for the city, like, to metaphorically or literally connect New York City to LA, right? That's insane. So, no, I don't think, I think, legitimately, I think Europe is more likely to become a megalopolis than the United States is. Pancake says, do I ever think about redoing my Voyage ruminations? So I'm probably never going to redo the ruminations. But Voyager is actually on the list for a streamination. I vaguely recall you being... I was just waiting for this one. The whole day. The whole day, because I get this question at least once a year. Just Rob TV says, I vaguely recall you talked about legal trouble or being accused of something earlier in life. What happened? So I'm not going to go full details into it, if that's okay with you. But what happened was I was falsely accused of a very horrific crime. Probably the most horrific crime that can exist. That's not a joke. And I obviously was innocent of this crime. And everybody in the universe knew I was innocent of this crime. And it was a damned show trial. It was a joke. But it was also a really horrific period of my life. In fact, I actually attempted suicide during that period of my life because it was bad in ways I can't even describe to you. It's the worst thing that ever happened to me. And I nearly lost my life. I nearly lost my job. I did lose several friends. A couple other wonderful things like that. What ended up happening then is I refused to plea. I refused to say I did it or accept a bargain on it because I was innocent. So I fought it, got lawyered up, learned a tremendous amount about the criminal justice system in this country because, you know, that I of course I did. I don't know how it stands. Of course I freaking did my homework. And I mean, I did a lot of homework. I spent days upon days upon days for 9 months researching, like hard researching law. It's one of the reasons I have so many opinions about the system that we have here in the States is because I've literally been through it. Yeah, plea bargains are great if you're guilty. And then went to court, smashed court in the face because I was extremely innocent, and then, you know, got to go home. It was the most deflating thing, by the way. I don't think I've ever talked about this specific thing. So I get up there, and they're like, all right, we're ready to read verdict. And it's like, okay, boom. And then everyone just kind of quietly leaves the room. And it was over, like, just boom, done. And that was it. There was no ceremony. There was no anything. It's just the case is now closed. And I was kind of in a daze because I was waiting for like a conclusory point. Yeah, no sorry, no nothing. It was just, you're out. And I'm like, and I just walked outside and went to the car. And I'm just like, okay, I guess I'll go home. Yeah, it was very surreal. It was so surreal. I legitimately had kind of like a disassociative moment. It wasn't until my mother was actually there with me, and she took me to sushi, a sushi place that we really liked, because this was back in Kansas City. And so we went to sushi, and it wasn't until we got to sushi, which at this point, by the way, was like an hour and a half later, and we're eating sushi, that I finally managed to push out of the surreal moment and realize that it was actually done. And I was just like, oh, okay, it's over. And then my business brain started kicking. It's like, okay, now I got to figure out getting a flight home. And I've got to figure out, like I got to get my stuff home. I got to ship stuff. I got to get a plane ticket. And I got to figure out when I can do that. I need somebody to be able to pick me up when I get there. Where am I going to live? It was just, you know, the practical side of my brain took over. But yeah, there was just that whole moment of, okay. Anyways, I'm sorry. Random thing. But yeah, that's the long and the short of it. 9 months of unmitigating hell. Easiest way I could put that. Kinda, to this day, wish I died. A little bit. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Worst thing I've ever been through. Alright, so. After, Ross. Okay, any experience with toxic positivity? Actually, yes. I find that toxic positivity is a little bit harder to define, but it's, if you ever see someone who just says something that, you know, be good, or just smile, or, you know, don't worry about it. That's probably something more in that direction, as opposed to, you know, actually giving you some actual honest to God advice, or something that's going to help your situation, or whatever, you know. So that would be my answer to that. Yeah, toxic positivity is just, huh? Yeah, stop being so depressed. Just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Anyways, so this is when Gum asked about the Jesse gender controversy, which I have not heard anything about. You're welcome, Goldbug, for whatever that matters. Yeah, just go smell the flowers. It's fine. Just Rob TV says, have I ever read or seen Death Note? Actually, yes. And would I use it? No. First of all, I know I've said this before today, but I'm not really pro-killing. Not a big fan of killing. Second of all, and substantially more importantly, depending on how you interpret the lore, using the Death Note permanently destroys your soul. And also, the person you kill, their life feeds a frickin' death vampire. So, no, I don't think I would use a Death Note. So Paladin Waffle says, do I know any Republicans or conservatives that have turned politically because of this Trump MAGA thing? Actually, yes, in both directions. I know several people, personally as well as professionally, who are, you know, identify as right and who have been like, whoa there when it comes to Trump and his core supporters, and have just swung the other way as a result, or pushed against him, or pushed against his policies, or voted against his policies, etc. I also have biological family members who have swung even harder the other way for the exact same reason. So that's cool. Yum Yum says, what are my thoughts on obesity becoming an epidemic? I think that fixing supply chains and a few other food standard things is more of the actual problem there than people not having self-control, or people being stupid or fat. Or there's a lot of obesity shaming, which shouldn't be, if I can be blunt. A fairly large portion, actually I will go so far as to say 100% of the people I know personally who suffer from some level of obesity have no real power over it. It's not because they're stupid, right? It's not because they're lazy. It's not because they don't care. It's because of the fact that there are things in play that they cannot help, either biologically in terms of their DNA, or their job with what they do for a living, or with regards to their diet, especially amongst people who do not actually have a lot of money, because it's relatively easy to eat a decent diet as long as you have the money for it. Eating better is more expensive pretty much universally. My uncle. I think you mean my grandfather, Lord Aramont. Hang on, I'll get to you. I'm actually getting towards the end of the list, believe it or not. I'm getting there. Yeah, going to the grocery store right now is bonkers. I'll tell you, though. I will answer you, Lord Aramont. Why do I... Experiment asks, why do I dislike Sora so much? Okay, so... I apologize. That's my fault. I was kind of playing it up for comedy a little bit. I think that Sora's a dick in Kingdom Hearts 2, specifically Kingdom Hearts 2. And so I'm not really a big fan of him, and when we review Kingdom Hearts 2, I will probably end up giving Sora several negatives for that. Having said that, I'm not actually particularly against Sora. I actually legitimately like him as a character in Kingdom Hearts 3. We talked about them when we were streaming it when it came out. I just think that the writers didn't really know how to use a character like that for the most part, so he comes off as grating in many circumstances. Like, he's your typical idiot protagonist. I'm just going to say that as nicely as I can. Idiot protagonist. and I tend to not like idiot protagonists. So, yeah, Goku, right? I'm not really a big fan of Sora as a character. And then Kingdom Hearts 2 came up and kind of cranked the dick dial up a little bit. It's like... But he's been fine otherwise. Actually, I do remember Ann Coulter. So, Silly Idea is going back to Off Mortis Ghost, I think? Prototype and the Kingdom Hearts block. Thank you, as always, Silly Idea. I do always appreciate you. Thank you. How would I make the character better? Kingdom Hearts 3. Make him lovable. Make him childlike, not childish. Don't push him into the annoying category. There's nothing wrong with someone not being smart as a protagonist, but they need to have something else to make up for it. Minsk, over in the Baldur's Gates, is a moron, but he's gotten more to his character than I'm a moron. There needs to be extra layers and depth there to pull them up from that status, and that's how I think you fix Sora. And again, Kingdom Hearts 3. Also, Data Sora was pretty legit, too, while we're on the subject. Yeah, no kidding, Rox. Blade Travel says, the original question was games you found that you liked because of the show. So the reverse is what games you found because of the stream you really don't like. Hang on. This is a much bigger list. Once again, I'm going to limit myself to just stuff after the Oblivion line. So games I really don't like that I discovered pretty much exclusively because of the show. Yeah, Bloodborne, but we'll get there. Minsk is actually has a decent Wisdom score if I'm remembering correctly. So I'm gonna get some flack for everything on this list. Terranigma, Crosscode, Just Cause 4, Spellforce 3, Pathologic 2. It's a damn shame that game had so much potential. Vampire the Masquerade Coteries of New York, Banjo-Tooie, Bloodborne, so I'm debating some of these. Wolfenstein Youngblood. I gave this game a really high score, but Prey 2017, that was 149 score. That's a good damn score, but I really didn't care for it. Sunless Sea. Fascinating game. Not my thing. Tiny and Big. Mummy Demastered. Ugh. Elden Ring. And I just lost everyone. Smash Brothers Ultimate, and I just lost everyone else. There's Franbo. Yeah. Soma. Beyond Good and Evil. Crosscode just really wasn't my thing. That's what it boils down to. Romance of the Three Kingdoms 14. God, that was a weird stream. For those of you who were there for that. Oh, man. That frickin' stream. I was excited about that game, too. I was looking forward to it. Bounty Hunter. Physical Pain. Paradise Killer, although there's reasons for that. So, you know, I'm going to remove that. Let's not add Paradise Killer. Bard's Tale. Screw Bard's Tale. Chaos Gate Demon Hunter. Subnautica Below Zero. I'm going to get I'm going to get a lot of flack for this, but The Last Guardian. Oh, I get so much flack for that one. Kingsfield 4. Thanks for that. That was a good stream, at least. And I would say Batman Arkham Origins. Oh, and Spiritfarer. That's a big list. There is actually a Kingsfield Highlights. I recommend it. It's a good one. Okay, full list. Holy crap. All right, back into it. And the question queue up. How often do I do Polemic Days? Once a year. Do I think cultural appropriation is a real or bad thing? I don't think I know enough to answer that, would be my legitimate answer. I've said before, I don't really have a culture of my own. Not really. Not the way that people mean that when they say that. I have geek culture, gamer culture, network culture, board game culture, D&D culture, but I don't really have, like, societal culture, right? I don't have history. I don't have my people. I'm not Chakotay, right? But having said that, I have seen plenty of I know, kidding, Rax. I have seen plenty of people who use the term cultural appropriation just to attack someone, which is not cool. But at the same time, there's definitely some instances where something that would be considered sacred or, you know, good or decent or whatever is just kind of being misused or abused, and that's not cool either. Both of these, by the way, are covered by Rule 0 if you're paying attention. Zaktev says, do you think this is something... Hang on. You think, is this something you don't think is okay? Partying characters as a bit cold and detached due to, like, say, being in the war, bioterror, and Resident Evil. I think you mean portraying. Depends on how they execute it. Most actors and writers, when they do cold and detached, what they mean is boring. So not a big fan of that, for example. But if you do it properly, sure. Lotario says, what would Sauron have done to Frodo had he captured him and covered the One Ring? Killed him. He's refuse to be gotten rid of. Lotario says, have you heard about Budokai Tenkaichi 4? Never even heard of that, actually. I'm guessing that's a Dragon Ball Z thing because you mentioned DBZ characters, but I haven't even heard of that. So no, I have no knowledge about that. Zara says, why do companies and creators go after written fan fiction but don't go after fan artists for fan art when fan artists get money in order to do it? Is it because fan art is basically free advertisement and fan fiction is just allowing people to share fictional works for free? I think we have some precedence problems there. People tend to be more accepting of fan art because artists and selling art for money is an extremely long-standing tradition, whereas writers making money doesn't even really necessarily happen now. So I think that's at least part of that, a little bit of cultural kind of a bias, kind of shifting against that, a little bit of a perspective problem. Having said that, I don't have another answer for you. I have no idea. Golvag says, who is the most important non-U.S. president who would have probably been a good president? Most important non-U.S. president who would have made a... Okay, so a foreign individual. No. Okay, hang on. I think I get you. Someone who should have been president, but never would have been, who would have been good at the job. I think I get where you're coming from this. Benjamin Franklin does actually come to mind. Me. Okay. Game Geek says, would you say that the U.S. Supreme Court today is a victim of judicial activism? Yes, absolutely. Lord Harrimont says, while Polemic Day lasts, am I willing to say what my grandfather did that I won't forgive him for? So the first time I went to jail, which, by the way, was also for something I didn't do, I got in a car accident, very briefly. My grandfather, my biological grandfather, said, yeah, just leave him in there. He needs to learn discipline, so leave him in there. I should mention that my very fat and rich biological grandfather has probably never worked hard a single day in his life, and has never had to suffer anything as far as any major trauma or difficulty in his entire life. I should also mention that the accident in question permanently caused me, well, I say permanently, it took me years to overcome the issues with my thumb, because I had my hands on the wheel when I collided with the other car. So, you know, they were actually literally pulling shards of glass out of my skin. Fun stuff. Anyways, I'm just mentioning that because I had just suffered from something like medically from the wreck. And then I was thrown in jail because they said I did the wreck on purpose. And then my grandfather said, leave him in there. He needs to learn a lesson. I have never forgiven him for this. And I never will. Paladin Waffles says, have I ever been to Catholic Mass? Actually, yes, I have been to several Catholic Mass. Do I have any Catholics in the family? No. My aunt's ex-husband was Catholic, hence the aforementioned. But there's a reason he is the ex-husband. So, did he apologize? No. And he never will. That's why I'll never forgive him. That's how that works. I'm actually, anybody who really knows me knows I'm actually extraordinarily forgiving. I'm a very water under the bridge kind of a guy. But he will never feel sorry for that. And he will never actually be apologetic for that. So I will never forgive him for that. My heritage, so on my mother's side, it's almost entirely German. Just straight up German. And on my father's side, it's mostly Lebanese. I used to say Romanian because I was told as I was growing up that that was where my feelings came from. Yeah, he's still alive, Czar. I can call him right now. I got his phone number. No, Sub-Zero. No, I have not, Ross. What was I saying? Right. We used to think we were Romanian, and then my grandmother, my biological grandmother, actually did one of those check where you're from tests. And it turns out that, no, that was all a big fat lie from her mother's mother, who was the one who was supposedly actually from Romania. And no, that was apparently a big fat lie. And that changed a lot of that. So, shrug. Let's see here. Lunera said, what made Prey score well? It was a well done and well executed game. What made me dislike it despite scoring well? I found it boring. The actual good moments, the stealth moments, and the specific encounters were great, but there's a whole lot of just roaming around the area and a whole lot of trash respawns, which just made that kind of dull for me. Sorry, Mike Trabano. Not my choice. Sean says, games and entertainment media seem to be pushing the notion that sexual... Hang on a second. We just lost the bot. Hang on. Looks like we lost the bot specifically on... Sub-Zero's question about language. So that's okay. That's like right there. So we're caught up. Okay, cool. It's actually only 2 times, Eternus. That's our second time. So the last question in the queue is... Games and entertainment media seem to be pushing the notion that sexual objectification of male characters is perfectly okay, while the sexual objectification of female characters is wrong, evil, and bad. I think sexual objectification should be okay across the board, but if one is bad, so is the other. What do I think? I tend to agree with you in half of that. I think that if you're going to objectify someone, then you are objectifying someone, which, for those of you not familiar with what that word means you're treating someone as an object and not a person. Now, that's a little bit trickier when it comes to fiction for reasons I honestly don't want to get into right now. But if you're going to have a sex symbol, their gender doesn't really matter at that point. The biggest problem with that, of course, is the fact that objectifying women has been happening for the better part of the last 40 years in popular media. And so there's a lot of pushback against that, which makes sense and arguably should happen. But I do think it should be pushed back against universally as opposed to just focusing on the one. That's all. So that's going towards Stray Gods, the City, Builder, Block, and Starfield. Thank you very, very much, Panka. Oh, and just to make this point very, very, very clear, I have nothing wrong with someone being sexy. Objectifying is the problem. The moment someone is eye candy, end statement, that's when we have a problem. I will say one thing that fiction likes to try and do is have someone who is eye candy, and then it's okay because they have a tragic backstory. Hideo Kojima really leans into that a way too damn much. Like, he has super sexy women, but it's okay because they have this tragic backstory. In fact, in Metal Gear Solid 4, there's like 5 or 6 of those just in that game. So, no. See, I would say Miranda, this is going to sound strange, I say Miranda is actually fine on that. The reason why is because Miranda is a goddamn character. She's a person with a story and an arc, and she's positive to story, right? Miranda from Mass Effect 2 and 3, if you're not familiar with her. So, now, I'm not a fan of her outfit, but then I've never liked the catsuit. The catsuit, for those of you not familiar with the catsuit came about because of comic books, actually. To my knowledge, this is the original origination of the catsuit. And it boils down to the idea that what they do is they'll draw the woman naked. Like, they just draw her body as if she is wearing nothing. And then they skin, like, something purple or something green or whatever over her as if she's wearing a suit. But functionally and practically, they're drawing a naked woman. Makes sense? And I don't actually know where the term catsuit comes from. It might be because of Catwoman. I don't actually know. Lord knows she was one of the older examples of drawing a woman naked and then making her gray. Yeah, it's a naked model with a texture. It's exactly right. And that's part of the reason I tend to not be a fan of it. Maybe it's just a little bit of overexposure. Maybe it's because of the intent they're going with it. I don't care about the reason. I just don't like it. If you want a woman to be sexy, look up what 7 of 9 looks like over in, say, Picard versus what she looks like over in Voyager. Jerry Ryan? Is that her name? Yeah, it is Jerry Ryan. Jerry Ryan is an attractive woman, and she looks damned good in Picard. In Voyager, I never found her attractive because she's just wearing a catsuit the entire time. So I was never into that. The good news is 7 is actually a really good character, so that's cool. Might be actually Eternus, now that you say that, because yeah, Cats did that quite a while ago. Yeah, she had to wear a corset underneath her catsuit. The actress did. It's just, wow. Oh, man. I don't want to get too much into sexy women, but all I'm saying is Kira Nerys, when she puts on a Starfleet uniform. Hashtag change my mind. Anyways. Actually, yeah, same with Troy. The corset. The corset irritated me because that's not true, Huthor. 7 was not wearing a uniform in Picard. The problem there is there was Rick Berman is a huge misogynist. Let's just get that out there. We all know it. That's been known for literal decades. Rick Berman is a gigantic misogynist, and he insisted that women have as much visibility of their boobs and as skinny as possible. So you can actually, in several episodes, especially with for example, the Blu-ray stuff in TNG, you can actually see the corset kind of peeking out in some scenes, and the what do you call it, the push-up bra in several scenes, because you gotta have that, right? Now, hang on. Hang on. Before you think I'm just gonna bash Rick Berman universally, you want to hear something absolutely bonkers? Just weird. If not for Rick Berman, DS9, I think, would have been a substantially worse show. And I mean that. I'm not going to go into detail, but I'm just saying. He really was better than the alternative. In fact, that's true for TNG as well. Imagine, actually no, Ross, because he reined in Ira Steven Bear. But why were they called that, R. Spruce? And yeah, he is much better of a person than, what's the guy's name? I was just talking about this recently. 1 second. I've done a lot of study. I've studied Star Trek way too damn much. And there's one other person who could have been the chief executive of Star Trek instead of Rick Berman. Other than Roddenberry. Maurice Hurley. That's his damn name. Maurice Hurley. And Maurice Hurley, by everything I have read and understood, would have been a worse choice in every way. So, that's 2 times Berman is better for Star Trek. 1 for TNG and 1 for DS9. I actually shut down the bot. Because we're at the end here. So, what do I think of Firefly? I never liked Firefly. I do, however, think it should have been allowed to conclude. Just because I'm not into it doesn't mean I think that other people shouldn't get to have something they love. Duh, right? And Paladin Waffles, yeah, I'm going to cut off after this question. Paladin Waffles says, related to Polemic and the stuff, how do I feel about Roddenberry forcing his politics into Trek? I'm going to say something very, very unpopular. We all do that. Knowingly or otherwise, consciously or unconsciously, we all push our own politics agendas and mentality into our writing. I do that. For example, I push concepts of tolerance thought, in-depth problem solving. We all do that. I think the problem tends to come from the specifics of exactly which politic is being pushed into the story. And that, I think, is where that problem really lends itself to. That also means that in some cases, it's like, oh, God. Like, for example, I do think that, I've given, let me choose something relatively safe. Roddenberry's and the TOS writing staff's strong anti-military bent while writing TOS Season 4 is something I violently disagree with for many reasons, and have for decades. And that's an example of Roddenberry and the TOS writing staff pushing their politics into Trek. Them doing that at all doesn't bother me. It's the specifics that bother me. Does that make sense? And obviously that's going to vary from person to person. I know there are people, there's probably people in chat right now who are not bothered at all by the idea of Starfleet not being military. But then there's the fact that they also push the idea that humans can't have drama with other humans. That we're past grieving. That we're past crime. That we don't need lawyers. Etc., etc., etc. There's lots of things. You're going to be very disappointed by our Trek, Uthor. There's lots of things that are all collectively called the Roddenberry box. And that's exactly what Paladin Waffles is talking about. All those politics that are pushed into it. And I look at all those ideas and I'm like, and I'm not a big fan of all that. But then again, I do the exact same thing. There is a lore box, or a runner box, if you prefer, when it comes to writing for the extant. There are topics that are not allowed. There are concepts that don't exist. The entire tent of the extant is supposed to be generally positively leaning, right? So I do the exact same thing. Does that make sense, Paladin Waffles? I'm also willing to talk with my writers about that, which just about anybody who's ever written for the extant can tell you about. If someone comes to me and says, hey, I'm not sure about such and such, can I do this? It's usually a discussion, not an answer, right? Even one of my old viewers who hasn't been around for years at this point, Yes, Disco. Once reached out to me and said, I want to do a story about a woman who's recovering from drug abuse as a result of being a survivor of the Swarm War. And he was adamantly believed that there's no way I would okay that. And I said, sure. Or rather, what happened was it was a discussion, like I said. And he told me about the story arc and where he wanted to go with that and why he felt that was critical to her character. And I was like, okay. And I went ahead and gave the green light on that idea. And I think, if I might put my last point here, I think that's the difference between me and Roddenberry. Well, the fact that I'm not a rapist is nice. But no, the big thing that makes me different from Roddenberry is that I'm not disgusting. But the big thing that makes me different from Roddenberry is that I'm actually a good writer. But the big thing that makes me different from Roddenberry... Screw that guy, by the way. The more I've learned about him, the more I hate it. I spit on his grave. Yeah, you can't have giant junk. I'm not a big into giant junk. In this exact topic, the big difference between me and Roddenberry's approach is that Roddenberry treated the box like a straight, unflexible line. That's why it was called. That's actually why the term was coined. It wasn't even coined by Roddenberry. It was coined by Michael Piller. The box. These are hard lines. You cannot pass this line. No, really. This is not allowed. This is not allowed. This is not allowed. I've said this so many times. You ever wonder why so many aliens are on Deep Space Nine? It's so they could get around that. Yeah, it was treated as orthodoxy. I'm pretty possessive of the extant. It's my baby. I've been taking care of it for years. But, again, I am willing to talk about it. I'm malleable. I'm willing to discuss, right? But I think the box was purely creative or protective? Absolutely protective. Roddenberry was possessive to the point of kind of fixative from everything I've ever seen, read, and of my own experience with the guy, because I've actually seen the guy before. And I think it was absolutely something he did, not for creative purposes, but because he was saying, this is my thing, and it's different from TOS. Because that was a huge deal for him. He was trying to make his Star Trek. His. And so he did a lot of things to differentiate it from TOS, which led to TOS Season 4, aka TNG Season 1. If you ever want to know what Roddenberry's vision of Trek is, that is it. In its most pure form, TNG Season 1, aka TOS Season 4. We almost didn't get Star Trek because of that nonsense. The whole thing, top to bottom. Thanks, Roddenberry. No, you're right. Roddenberry was actually extremely anti-religious. I admit I tend to avoid religion in my own writing. But no, Roddenberry was really anti-religion. Like, holy crap. Anyways. Normally, by this point in the day, exactly, Avengers. Yes, Kay. Literally, in some cases. I need to cut off. It's late. I'm tired. I've been streaming as of this moment for 5 hours. Just this shift, not ship. I'm not on a ship. Don't worry. I'm not in space. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. Commence space Delta Zero, please. But yeah, I'm gonna go chill a little bit. Tomorrow, more StarCraft 2. We should finish StarCraft 2 tomorrow, which means for those of you curious, we will probably go ahead and start the Mario block on Thursday. Hope you've had a good one. Happy Polemic Day, everyone.